a warrior's battle.
Can you believe it?
Hot shots fire.
It's just been another masterclass.
Sharp shooters strike.
The job is done.
And witness the greatest sporting event in the world.
Spectacular performance.
There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.
Good afternoon, everybody. For 32 of the finest snooker players on the planet, all roads lead to the Barbican in York for Saturday's beginning to this year's MrQ UK Championship. We already have 24 names in our draw, which will take place at 4 o'clock this afternoon, because yesterday, joining the world's top 16, we had an Englishman, a Scotsman, 2 players from Thailand, 2 from Wales and 2 from China. And over the course of today, over the next 12 hours or so, another 8 will join them. Huge names in action this afternoon. The gentleman Joe Perry won the Welsh Open last year. He's twice a UK Championship semi-finalist. This guy's got his hands on the title back in 2004. Stephen Maguire, 16 times he's made the last 16, although missed out last year. And there's a fella who's missed out for the last 10 years. Ken Doherty, bidding for his first appearance in the last 32 since 2014. And Ken is super excited and pumped. I can report officially he was the first player on site at the Morningside Arena in Leicester just a few hours or so ago. Yesterday's drama was absolutely fantastic. We would love to keep your company all the way through until the very end. In fact, yesterday finished so late, it was almost this morning. Jamie Clark, I think, was the last of our players to come in for a winning interview, having come through that 6-5 thriller against Dave Gilbert. He is in the draw, and it will be live here at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So let's just run you through before we join our commentators. They're poised and ready for another epic day in the box. First up, Joe Perry against Mark Joyce. Really looking forward to this match. It hasn't been an easy start to the season for the gentleman, but who could forget that great run to the Welsh Open title last year, the second ranking crown of his career. And how about this? He's made 4 quarterfinals in the last 6 years. The gentleman tends to produce his best at the UK Championship. Mark Joyce also bidding for another appearance in the last 32. He's been there 5 times before. Runner-up at the Riga Masters. It has not been an easy season for Mark Joyce, but he's beaten Julian Boyko and Zhao Guodong. Excellent win for him. He's 75th on the one-year list and would love to pick up another $2.5 grand. 5-figure sum for those who make it through to the last 32. It all starts on Saturday. Mark Allen, the defending champion, he's first up at 1 o'clock. And what form to win the Champ of Champs, denying Judd Trump a second title there. Joe O'Connor against Stephen Maguire. Really looking forward to this one. Joe O'Connor had a real step up in class last year because he had that run to the Scottish Open final, made the semis of the Players' Championships live on ITV. But he's having a difficult campaign this year. Stephen Maguire, I wonder if he's going to win a title this year. He's starting to put together some good runs. Quarterfinals at Northern Ireland, quarterfinals at the International Championship, bringing that huge winning run of Judd Trump's to an end. And he's got his hands on this title before, although it was 19 years ago. Hwan Si-yoon will be hoping to deny Ken Doherty a fairy tale return to the big stage at the Barbican. Ken's got a chance because not only did he beat Dwayne Jones, he beat Chris Wakelin as well. He is so fired up for this match this afternoon, because he was in the box when James Warren White walked down the stairs against Ryan Day last year, making his return to the last 32. And Ken fancies a piece of that action. He was very, very emotional after an excellent win over Chris Wakelin. I think he got over the line 6-4 in the end. But Hwan Si-yoon will not be in generous mood. He'll believe it's his turn to shine. He's only 23, he's half Ken's age. Last 16 of the English and Wuhan, quarterfinals in Northern Ireland. He's been in the semis of Gibraltar before, never made the last 32 of the UK. So he's got an awful lot to play for, and he'd love to deny Doherty what would undoubtedly be a standing ovation if he makes it through this one last match. And then we've got Lucas Kleckers, hoping to become the first German to make the last 32 of the UK. Big victories over Rod Lawler, and then a 6-2 against Ryan Day, arguably one of the biggest wins of his career. He's up against Ben Woollaston. We're really happy to see Ben Woollaston, touch wood, coming back to something like full health. He's had a torrid time with medical issues in the last few years, which would explain why he's tumbled down the rankings a little bit. But victories over Ryan Thomason and Cao Yupen have given him a chance to make a 6th appearance in the last 32 of the UK, and many, many people will be wishing him well. We've got 4 fantastic matches for you this afternoon, another 4 coming up later tonight. It is time to find out who's joining 24 of the finest players on the planet who are already guaranteed a place in the live draw, which will be 4 o'clock this afternoon. So let's say a very good afternoon for the first time today to Dave Hendon and Stephen Hallworth. Yesterday was fantastic, wasn't it, guys? And the lineup today promises to be just as good.
Yes, thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, everyone. It does indeed, as you've already outlined, some intriguing storylines to look out for here this afternoon. We're halfway through, of course, the final qualifying round, and at the end of the afternoon, of course, we'll have to draw for round 1 proper. So as ever, we're going to just establish each match for you, just drop in on each match in turn and just show you the early exchanges. So table 1, Joe Perry, twice a semi-finalist in the UK Championship. It's not at the best of seasons, it's got to be said, Joe, but we know that the quality is there. It's only 18 months ago he won that Welsh Open, after all. Up against Mark Joyce again, who struggled a bit this season, just a couple of last 64s. Joe Perry, something of a veteran of these sort of qualifying scrambles, and he's seen all sides of it. He's seen the joy and the despair over the years, but he's in first here, just looking to settle down. He had a pretty good win over Andy Lee 6-2 in the previous round. Stephen, what are your predictions for today?
Well, after everything that went on yesterday, you know, there was so much drama here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester, and surely there's going to be more today. There's some fantastic matches that we've got coming live for you all day. It's hard to predict, you know, there's going to be so many mistakes made. You know, there's a lot of tension out there in the arena. There's a lot at stake, a place at the Barbican, all the ranking points, the prize money, of course. Who knows what's going to happen? You'll be mad to miss it.
So Joe Perry looking good early on. But we just want to show you each match in turn before we settle on one of them. And Stephen Maguire, of course, is a former UK champion. In fact, this is an event he's done well in traditionally. 2004 champion, he's been in a couple of finals. Only Ronnie O'Sullivan and Stephen Hendry have made more centuries in the UK Championship than Stephen Maguire. So he's sort of a bit of a form horse, but he is up against Joe O'Connor, who, of course, is from Leicester. And had a very good season last season. Not quite hit the heights yet this season. Not actually yet been past the last 64. But obviously, he's looking to reach the last 32 of this event.
Yeah, and Joe had a very tense win in his last round against Oliver Lines. Oliver made 54 in the decider, but Joe managed to clear up with 68 down to the pink to do enough in that game. That was a very tense battle. But Stephen Maguire, for me, has been one of the form players so far this week. We've seen so many matches. He's played superbly well to beat Ashley Hugill in the previous round. Breaks of 124, 140, 115 and a couple of 70 pluses just shows you everything you need to know about how well Stephen Maguire is playing this week. And for me, he's going to take some stopping.
Yeah, he's a player who you're sort of almost surprised to see him in the qualifying, really, you know, because we're so used to being a bit of top 16 player. He's trying to work his way back up from 27 in the world. A little standoff right now in this frame. Now, then, a lot of interest today, of course, in the veteran Ken Doherty, who has got a good excuse not to be in the studio with Rob. He's playing against young Wan Shijun. There's 31 years between these two. Yuan Shijun, a very dangerous player. But Ken, of course, has got all the knowledge in the world. Yuan Shijun in early on. He beat Alex Ursenbacher 6-5 in the last round. And, of course, Ken had that great win over Chris Wakelin 6-4. Just looking to disturb a few here.
Yeah, great to see Ken involved. As we already mentioned, Chris Wakelin is a form player at the moment, and that was a very good win for Ken. Made a really nervy clearance in that game. Held himself together well, and it'd be great to see Ken walk down the stairs at the Barbican. Always a fan favourite, a legend of the game.
None of that, of course, matters to his opponent today, who's just trying to get there himself. this is the best he's ever done in the UK Championship already to get to this final qualifying round. And he's got a string of great wins under his belt. And let's just go to table 4 just to show you what's happening there. Lukas Kleckers of Germany and Ben Woollaston, of course, another Leicester player. And Ben has been struggling, as Rob said, with a bit of ill health, and that's affected his form, I think. Lukas Kleckers trying to become the first German to reach the main draw, the last 32 round at York. Because he played there before in the flat draw, but in the tiered system it would be a huge step forward for him if he were to put himself into the draw later on.
Yeah, and of all the underdogs, I suppose, if it's even fair to call him that, Lukas Kleckers has played very, very well. Similar to Zach Surety's performance this week. I know Zach fell short last night against Jamie Jones, but what a performance Lukas Kleckers put in against Ryan Day in the previous round. He's completely dismantled the Welshman, and something that really impressed me about Lukas, you know, he's become to have been known sort of quite a steady, slow player, but that was far from that in the last round. He's been working hard with his coach Chris Henry on his tempo and his rhythm around the table. He's up the pace and he's playing better for it.
Yeah, it was a great win. I mean, pretty eye-catching result, really. So that's just set up each match, and there's lots to look forward to today. We'll be going round the tables and trying to pick out the best moments as we go along. Table 1, Joe Perry's just potted 7 reds, 7 blacks. He missed the next red to the middle. He was trying to stay on the black. That bonus prize that's been introduced has maybe focused a few minds, but he's got a useful lead here, 55. .30 in the world, but of course those Welsh Open points will be coming off later in the season, so that's something to just watch out for him.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be in the back of his mind for Joe Perry. That's a fantastic red he's just knocked in there. We had a really slow start to this season. Word on the street is that he was struggling with a little bit of health, maybe a bit of tennis elbow, apparently. I don't know if that's true or not, but he's definitely found his feet again now, and it's good to see him back playing well, because I watched a couple of his matches early on in the season, and he really did look like he was struggling. It's never nice to see a fellow professional struggle like that, but he'll be looking to put that right, and
5.
It will mean so much to him to make it to the Barbican.
Previous meetings, 3-1 is to Perry. They did play at the Welsh Open actually last season. He got the win there, but this the biggest meeting they've had so far. Well, that was a definite chance to get it won, and the problem is they all pot now.
Joe Perry, 5.
Yeah, he was a little bit further away than he would have liked to have been on that red, and it made it missable. Cueing from the side cushion. It's always missable, that shot, particularly early on in the match. Early nerves out there. So this is a real chance now for Mark Joyce to get his hand on the table. At least try and get back into the match. Or the frame, sorry. That cue ball needs to pull up.
1.
And it has done.
Mark Joyce, twice a quarter-finalist in the UK Championship, 2010 and 2017. Well,
3.
looks like he's not on that red to the middle. So that's an immediate blow.
Yeah, he had to be quite accurate with that one, because he was coming across the face of the blue, and these cloths are super fast at the moment. Recloth the other night, ready for the final qualifying round, so that one's just caught him out a touch, and he's left himself a bit to do with this red. This is definitely missable with the rest. Played it very well. That's a nice shot from Mark Joyce.
4.
I believe he bases himself at the Landywood Snooker Club in Walsall, and what a fantastic facility that place is. Paul, the owner, has done a really, really good job of creating some fantastic conditions there. 4 brand new star tournament tables.
11.
Really, really good place to play, and Mark will be looking for a good result here against Joe Perry.
Yeah, he had a great win at the UK back in 2012. He beat Judd Trump, who was then the defending champion. And as I say, those 2 quarterfinals as well. But this season, just 2 last 64s prior to this event, so he really desperately needs some ranking points. He's 62 in the world. Remember, at the end of season, it's the top 64 who stay on the circuit. That's a good pot early on in this match. Sort of ball you see them knocking all the time on the practice table, but of course we've started a big match here. You know, it would mean a lot for Mark Joyce to qualify, not least financially and all the ranking points and all the rest of it, but just to be part of that big event next week. Starts Saturday, of course.
18.
We saw a lot of clearances yesterday, didn't we? I wonder if we're going to see another one here right in frame 1.
Yeah, and again, the twists and turns that we saw all day yesterday, there's going to be plenty more of that today. It's these frames that are so important in these longer formats. Joe Perry's got himself a nice, healthy lead, but it means nothing if everything's in open play. You can clearly see that nothing is really safe but the red in baulk that will need just a little bit of care should he get to that stage. So he'll be looking for an angle off a colour here to try and get right in behind that red. Up in baulk. Doesn't want to finish straight on it though. Blue or baulk colour would be ideal to get on that red nicely. He's chosen the blue.
26.
That's okay. You may can just nip into the cue ball here. Just drift past the brown. So, because he finished a little bit low on the blue, he wasn't able to come left side of the brown to get closer to the red. So this shot becomes a little bit more difficult now. Points aren't an issue, 29 points deficit, so red in any colour will do. Yeah, and it made the difference. Not getting close to the red made the difference.
So, dramatic start. Joe Perry had a couple of chances. Mark Joyce had his chance there. We're down to the last red. 29 in it. This is going to set the tone, I think, for the day to come. A lot of close frames, a lot of close matches. As everybody tries to get into that draw, you can see already the first sort of half head shake of the day from Mark Joyce. Won't be the last.
No, there'll be plenty of head shaking. We saw plenty yesterday, and it'll be the same today. Means so much to the guys out there. Massive, massive opportunity. 8 places available left in the hat for the draw for the main stage of the UK Championship. That's what's at stake.
Yeah, you could just see some of the red to at least hit it. And he's played a good shot here.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid safety shot from Mark Joyce. This is trouble for Joe Perry. He can't get through the gap between the yellow and blue, so he's just going to be coming off the side cushion here, probably trying to just rest on this red. He needs to get this one right. Well, he's played it at pace, so he needs a bit of luck to get it safe. And he's going to leave a red onto the middle for Mark Joyce. Big moments in this opener.
Yeah, he's already, of course, had a chance at it to the yellow pocket. But they're all there now if he can knock this in to steal this opening frame. Joe Perry made a 56 break. In fact, he was all on reds and blacks. He tried to stay on the black.
One.
Missed the next red anyway. Mark Joyce has his chance.
Yeah, and it was a nice little red to have that to middle. It was a floaty little stun shot, just the sort you want to play when you're under pressure. Not really anything to do with the cue ball there. It was guaranteed an angle on the black to the opposite middle. So surely this has got to be the key shot now. Black nicely on the yellow, and they're all there for you, Mark. Yeah, that's pretty good. He'll be getting the rest out for this one, but again, nothing to really do with the cue ball.
Just while he sorts himself out here, just to say, of course, you can contact us again throughout the day with any questions or comments that you may have. I'm at Dave Hendon on Twitter, /X. Stephen is at Stephen Hallworth, and you can also contact World Snooker Tour at WeAreWST. We'll try our best to pick out your messages throughout the day. Thanks for all the ones you sent yesterday. Much appreciated. Mark Joyce with a golden chance now to strike an early blow here. He beat Ulian Boyko 6-5 in a real thriller in his first match in the qualifying, and then Jiang Dong always tough to beat 6-2. It's only frame one, but we've seen already this week these early frames. The way they're won can make a difference. Perry was in full control of this one at one point.
Yeah, and it's an important little tap on the shoulder for Joe Perry from Mark Joyce. This, just let your opponent know, hello mate, I'm here. I'm going to mop these up. If you're going to make any mistakes today, it's an important message to send.
So Mark Joyce makes the clearance. A dramatic start to Judgment Day for him. And there'll be plenty more drama to come. Let's go to table two. Joe O'Connor looking good to win the opener against Stephen Maguire. He's, of course, a local man, Joe, from Leicester. Got to his first ranking final last season at the Scottish Open.
63.
But as I say, this season, 4 last 64, so that's winning just one match in 4 tournaments. This event, he's already into the last 48. Beat Ollie Lyons in the last round 6-5 in a bit of a humdinger.
Yeah, and bizarrely, Maguire and Joe O'Connor have already played each other twice this season. Both victories for Stephen. I wonder if that'll play a part in this game at all, the psychology of it. But Joe O'Connor will be focused to try and get this job done. He's turned into a very good match player. I've grown up with Joe, I think we're the same age to be fair, through the amateur ranks, and you know, he really has developed so very well as a player.
Well, that'd be great if he could start with a century just to lay down the marker. This is a tough assignment, of course, against Maguire, who has won their 3 previous meetings, in fact.
Yeah, Joe is just very, very good at the simple stuff. Doesn't have the most amount of flair, but you don't need it, because when you can do what he can do, it's going to win you a lot of matches.
Well, he's won this frame. 76 will be enough.
76.
Maguire's going to play on, I think, just for table time, but he's not going to win that frame, you wouldn't think, from 76 down 59 on. But he's just going to try and get a bit of potting practice. Now then, table 4, Ben Woollaston and Lucas Kleckers. Kleckers were just in with a chance here, but he's broken down. So 59 in it, 75 on. Woollaston with a couple of reds needed to claim the opening frame. He played well the other day against Ryan Thomason, and then, of course, had to beat Chow Yu Peng as well. Actually, I've had a question in about Ben, and pertaining to, of course, his wife Tatiana is refereeing. Ryan says, if Tatiana was selected to officiate the final and Ben happened to make it through, would she be replaced as referee? I would think so, Ryan. Just, I mean, listen, she's a great referee, and even if she refereed Ben, she would be scrupulously fair, probably almost too fair from his perspective, but, of course, it would just be awkward for everybody. But, yeah, she's actually refereeing here later tonight against the David Lilly-Elliott Slessor match.
Yeah, I had a funny little conversation with Tatiana the other day. I was with Ben, and she was actually officiating a match on the table next to Ben, and I said, does it put you off? Do you find yourself glancing over, checking out how Ben's doing? And she said no. It actually works the opposite effect. She feels that when she's officiating a game that is on the table next to Ben, that she almost concentrates too much on her own match and feels that the players that she's reffing may feel that she's looking over there, so she tries doubly hard, so that just the utmost professional, of course.
Well, Woollaston here, Ben that is, needs one more red. He's not quite there yet in this frame. 65, the lead, 67 on. Hello to James Cook in the USA. He says it's Thanksgiving in the USA today, so I wanted to say thank you to you and the team for the excellent Judgment Day coverage. It was very kind of you, James. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're all having a good Thanksgiving. We just give thanks for snooker, don't we, every day?
Thanks for all the drama that it provides.
Big day for Kleckers. I'm sure there's many German snooker fans tuning in. There's a huge community out there. Of course, we have 2 ranking events in Germany, the European Masters, the German Masters at the Tempodrome in Berlin, which is a venue I know everyone wants to play at. Certainly, if we can get to the one table, it's as good as anywhere on the circuit. Just to say, Yuan Si-jun has won the opening frame against Ken Doherty, who did, I was just watching that at the corner of my eye. I saw him miss a red unexpectedly, Ken. Big day for him. He'd love to experience that wonderful atmosphere in York as a player rather than watching on as a pundit, of course. He said that he saw Jimmy White last year obviously walk out to play Ryan Day, get this standing ovation, and made him feel quite emotional.
Ben doing his best to try and close things down here, just pushing a couple of reds safe. Could do with the colour safe though.
Joe Connor, just to confirm, did win that opener against Maguire, who just played on for a bit, but there was no real chance after the 76 break from O'Connor of winning the frame.
Well, that's a really nice pot from Lucas Klekus. A little bit careless from Ben to even leave that as a tempter, but the red goes in and he's on the black. You can't say this is a real good chance because look at where the reds are spread, but it's a definite chance to at least get back in the frame.
Well, he's got happy memories of the Morningside Arena because he got to the quarterfinals of the WST Classic here towards the end of last season. That was March early this year. His first ranking event quarterfinal. Yeah, he's got very little latitude with colours. That's the issue here. So this has got to go in. Otherwise, he'll need a snooker. Oh, it looked in, but it wouldn't wriggle into the pocket. So 56, the difference, 51 on. It looks very much like Ben Woollaston's frame. Yeah, and that red going in means it will be Ben Woollaston's frame for sure. So he's going to be 1-0 up. Now then, the darling of Dublin, Ken Doherty, already a frame down here, but he's played well so far. I was very impressed with the victory over Chris Wakelin, who would have been a big favourite, I think, there. And of course, he'd already beaten Dwayne Jones as well.
Yeah, the red he's just potted, Ken, was absolute carnage. He's just gone for the red through the pack of reds, and look at how it finished. He's landed plumb on the pink to middle, and the reds are spread far and wide. What a chance this is now for Ken Doherty to level up the game. Just needs to try and settle himself down here. He missed a couple in that opener, but this is a real good chance now.
It's what he needs, isn't it, I think, to just get his own confidence up. If he can make a nice break here. Ken Doherty, who first reached the final of the UK Championship 29 years ago, 1994. Stephen Hendry made 7 centuries against him to beat him 10-5. And then he reached the final again 2001. Ronnie O'Sullivan beat him 10-1. And Ken will tell you he was lucky to get one. It was an unbelievable performance from Ronnie. And then the other side of the coin, 2002, Mark Williams edged him 10-9. So he's seen every sort of situation in a UK final. Well, this is the shot, Stephen, you were taken by.
Yeah, this is the red that Ken potted to get in. It's a red at the bottom of the pack. Played it through the pack with plenty of topspin. You've got no idea where the cue ball's going to finish up there. You're just hoping to land on something, and boy, did he land. Absolutely perfect on the pink to the middle.
Yeah, and it's good to see as well, you know, he has this crafty Ken and all that, the match player, which of course you can do all that, but he's always been a heavy scorer as well. 357 career centuries. So nice to see him getting stuck in here. This is an opportunity for him to, very late on in his career, have a kind of last hurrah maybe at York.
Yeah, and for as crafty as he can be, you know, these boys that Ken's up against, Yuan Si-jun, he himself is a fantastic player, and, you know, they score so heavy when they get in, and that's what Ken's got to do. He's got to stand up to that. It's all well and good trying to grind out the games and use your experience and knowledge of the snooker table to try and craft out some frames, but you've got to score when you get in, and it's moments like this for Ken. When he gets the reds like this, he's got to see out the frame today.
well, he's not getting ahead of himself. When he beat Wakelin, he played it down. He didn't sort of get too overexcited. Said it's going to be very tough still. So he's not sort of looking too far into the future. Just this match, each frame of this match. And he's realistic about where he is in his career. He actually said, you know, as I've got older, the standard has gone up and my standard has come down. But his standard on his day is still very good.
Yeah, don't be fooled by Ken's charm, because he is still a very, very dangerous player on his day. Shown that in his last game against Chris Wakelin, shootout champion, runner-up at Northern Ireland this season, so very much a form player. Ken brushed him aside.
He seems to have potted a lot of reds for not the biggest lead, just 32.
He's just got to play one good positional shot here, get nicely on a red to try and stay down this end of the table for pink or black. Just steadying himself here, trying to find the biggest area to send the cue ball into. Wants to just miss the pink. Needs to run. It's just pulled up, so again he's going to have to play another good shot now. Delicate little cannon to the red next to it. Hold for pink or black.
So, as I say, he feels like he should be further in front, but of course he's taken a few smaller colours. But he's in control here, looking to put the frame away.
46.
I like the fact he's getting on with it as well. He's not sort of prevaricating here. Exuding an air of confidence that obviously Yuan Sijun will pick up on.
53.
Couple more reds needed, and it should be one each, and he would have won this frame very impressively. So that should be enough for the frame. 2 snookers needed. Let's just see how far Ken gets in terms of this break. He's one of the great characters in the game, great ambassador, always talks positively about snooker and will always make time for fans, and he's just a good guy to have at any tournament, whether he's playing or just involved in the media side.
67.
But he still sees himself primarily as a player.
74.
Yeah. Well, he'd have liked a century, I'm sure, but that was a terrific break from Ken Doherty. Looked really positive making that, and he's levelled up in style, 1 each. He beat Chris Wakelin in the last round, and afterwards Rob Walker caught up with him.
Ken, fantastic. 1 match away from a first return to the last 32 at the UK's in a decade.
Is it really? Yeah. Feels longer. Yeah. No, I was just, yeah, it's 1 match away, but look, I'm just delighted to win today. You know what I mean? What a match it was. It was really close towards the end, and Chris Wakelin, he's been playing so well of late. And I was just delighted to be sticking in with it, to be honest, you know, and sort of hanging on his coattails. But I made some good breaks in the second half of the session, and yeah, I'm delighted to be in the next round.
And a brilliant clearance to seal the match. You were 54 down in what turned out to be the last frame. It was class.
It was a bit tight, yeah. It was tense as well, you know. And hey, listen, I'm as surprised as everybody else. But yeah, it was nice to get over the line. Just helped myself to get out, and particularly on the pink, because I landed on the cushion off the blue, and to roll the pink in off the cushion was a tough shot. But yeah, delighted. It's just nice to win matches like that, you know. It sort of gives you a little bit of a boost, you know.
And it's funny, Ken, you know, I've had the privilege of working with you for a long time, and even though you've won some huge titles, the biggest of all in '97, as you like to remind Stephen Hendry
Yes, absolutely.
I can genuinely tell that it still means a lot to you, which shows you how much you still love playing.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you know, I know it's one match away, but, you know, it's knocking on the door. It'd be great to, you know, if I did manage to get through, to walk, you know, down those stairs like at the Barbican, because I saw Jimmy do it last year. I was in the commentary box, and I was like welling up with tears and goosebumps, and the hairs in the back of the neck were standing up, and I thought it was a lovely moment for him. And yeah, it would be nice if I could do that, but you know, I'm not counting any chickens. This game is too difficult, Rob.
But listen, I know, but I just love the fact that there's a little bit of emotion there, and you know, and it does still mean the world.
Oh yeah,
to you.
listen, you know, as a competitor all your life, you know, and you know, being a competitor that I am, you know, of course, you love the competitive side of the game, you know. You just can't do it like you used to, you know what I mean? And that's the hard part. But you know, every now and again, you know, I can surprise myself and surprise somebody like a match today, and you never know, I could surprise some more people if I get through tomorrow, or on Thursday. But listen, as I said, just take one day at a time, you know.
Oh, Ken, it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere when you play, and we're delighted to have you as part of our Judgment Day lineup as a pundit as well. But fantastic victory today. Everyone's over the moon for you. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And as we know, it's one each there now. Then table one, Mark Joyce stole the first frame against Joe Perry on the black. He had made the running in this one, but broke down on 62. So he's 38 in front. Still a possible 51 on. And a possible pot here for Joe Perry, who would love to return the favour by nicking the second frame. Starts with a good pot. But that is not in. And he has left the same red cuttable.
One.
Now then, this is to bounce, and he'll be on the black, and that's all he'll need. He'll be 46 in front, 43 on, so barring snookers, it'll be 2-0. As I say, Perry did have a chance to get back into this frame, but just missed that third last red, as we saw.
Yeah, so a great start for Mark Joyce, quickly out the box this morning. Going to be taking a 2-frame lead.
Eight.
Yeah, that red to make absolutely sure. So that'll be 2-0, but we want to give you as much of a flavour as possible of all the tables here. This is table 2. Stephen Maguire has lost the first frame, as we know, to Joe O'Connor, who made a 76 break. But we also know Maguire has played well so far in the qualifying. In the previous match, he had 3 centuries against Ashley Hugel, so that speaks for itself.
And he's got a great chance here to respond to Joe O'Connor winning the opening frame. He's played a nice red there, just coming across the face of the blue, getting top side, hit it perfectly. Balls are nicely spread. He's just having a little look at the 2 reds to the next to the black. if he can land on one of them to pot, opens up that area a touch.
We seem to keep saying it, but it bears repeating with Maguire as well as players like Ding and some of the others we saw qualify yesterday. He is a player the top 16 would not want to play. You know, he's a former champion. It seems to be his favourite event, actually. Certainly when we've been in York, 2 of the finals. So if he were to qualify, he'd be very dangerous in the draw later.
He played it down a lot in his interview with Rob the other day, didn't he? He was saying, you know, I'm not the sort of person that people will be scared of anymore. You know, he's saying that the young Chinese boys are the ones that you want to watch out for, but make no mistake, if he was going to draw Maguire in this sort of form out there at in the main arena, he's a very, very tough draw for anybody on his day. He's almost played it down a touch, maybe for his own sake, you know, try and take the pressure off him.
Yeah, I think that's what he's like in general as well. He's not one to talk himself up. Of course, he ended the run of Judd Trump, didn't he? 22 ranked event wins in a row out at the International Championship in Tianjin recently. Now that it looks like these reds are all covering one another. We didn't have a sort of epic Maguire reaction to that, but he'll be annoyed, clearly, that he couldn't continue the break. Be back with this table, of course, in due course, but let's go back to table 4. Ben Woollaston's won the first frame against Lucas Kleckers with a chance to go 2-0 up here.
Kleckers has just missed a red going into the reds. It was quite a risky shot, but he felt that there was value in taking it on because he is trailing in this frame, so needed to make something happen, but in doing so he's missed the red and opened the balls up for Ben, so this is a great chance now for the Leicester man to take a 2-0 lead in this game. So this is a similar sort of scenario, I feel, to the Jamie Jones and Zach Surety match yesterday. Ben come into this game probably well, he will be a favourite, won't he? You know, Lucas Kleckers will be the underdog for this match, but he's playing some very, very good stuff, and Ben will probably feel that, you know, as a coming into the match a favourite, that he's expected to win, and that almost, you know, puts a little bit of pressure on yourself. He's got to try and just stay present out there, play the balls, not the player.
So there's still 51 on. Pink puts him 38 in front. Another red and a pink should be enough.
40.
He's covered all areas this morning. We popped out for a bite to eat, avocado and poached eggs this morning. Massive portion size, so he's fueled up and ready to go if this game goes the distance. We've seen a few of Lucas Kleckers' match go the distance and quite marathon matches, so that won't faze Ben one bit today.
There we are, a little insight there we've got from Stephen. This red to make sure, already a snooker needed, and if he pots this, then it's going to be 2-0.
20.
So good start for Woollaston. And Ken Doherty, we saw win that last frame very cleanly. He's got a brilliant chance here to make it 2-1. Look at this for a scoring opportunity. Made that 74 break in frame 2. We had a message from Lee Summers, actually. He said, I'm really hoping Ken gets through today. After all these years of great service, no one deserves it more. Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, you know, he's represented the sport impeccably over the years. First term pro back in 1990?
55.
Oh, but the miss has come unexpectedly.
Yeah, he's thrown a quick one in there, Ken. Didn't cue that too well. Okay, he's got a 43-point lead. Look at where the balls are situated. This is a fantastic chance for Yuan Si-jun to get back in this frame. Look at Ken, he's got his lucky socks on again today. They're jazzy, aren't they?
Well, let's see how lucky they actually are by the end of the day. Didn't do much good there in that last shot.
Well, he's got a shot at the blue. He's from the side cushion. He'd love that red to be able to pot into the green pocket. Just having a little look at that. That way he can just drop this blue in. Just drift over that side of the table. If that red doesn't pot, then he's got a lot of work to do with this shot.
Oh, I think he was thinking more about the next red there. He's missed the blue. Cardinal sin. So, Ken Doherty does get another chance, and he's still 42 in front.
Yeah, that was an unexpected miss on the blue there. So, possible reprieve for Ken, and in goes the red.
Didn't want that. That cannon on the brown has messed things up. So now it's about trying to close the shop. Having got a useful lead, 2 chances to win the frame already have gone begging. If you're just joining us, Mark Joyce is 2-0 up on Joe Perry and Ben Woollaston 2-0 up on Lucas Kleckers. The other match is 1-0 to Joe O'Connor against Stephen Maguire.
Came around to have a look at leaving the cue ball up in that corner of the green pocket, but there's not much value in that, because if he does do that shot, he'll be in trouble next shot, as Ken will just send the red down the table and leave him in behind the yellow. So maybe looking at having a go at this red, or playing up towards the yellow jaws. Well, he did have a go at it, and he's caught the pink.
Well, this red is cuttable to the middle. After that, though, there'll be a lot of work to do.
So it's a very untidy table, this. But it's a chance. He's at the table. And as long as you're at the table, there's always a chance. This is a tricky little cutback red. Both of them are.
Well, the good news is he got away with it, but a bit concerning for Yuan Sijun, having won the first frame pretty impressively, that he's not made much impact since.
Desperately needed that red to cannon the pink there, because it looked for a moment like it was going to be heading towards that left corner pocket. As it happens, it's turned out very well, because he's tied both the pink and black up with that shot. Didn't mean to, but he'll take it. Now, is there a gap between the green and blue? He may can just sneak past the blue here to have a go at this red. And if he can't, he's got to be very careful with his safety shot. Doesn't want to leave the chance for Yuan Sijun. Playing this with a little bit of swerve. Oh, has he caught the blue? He must have just caught the blue. Foul has been called.
Eagle-eyed Marcel Eckhart there, the referee. And what a mistake it could be.
Yeah, he could have a go at this red and possibly try and cannon the pink or black out here. There may be value in trying to play that, just trying to make something happen, open it up a fraction. He'd love to cannon the black off its spot. Oh, he's played it and he's missed the cannon.
Well, he's been lucky, really, yeah. Focusing on the cannon, which he didn't get, but also didn't get the pot. And hasn't left Ken in either, so he's got a bit messy, this frame. Yeah, so foul was called here by referee Marcel Eckhart. Yeah, just shaved the blue. Well, there you go. That's young eyes for you.
Yeah, he's caught just the paintwork of the blue there. Playing the sweat. What has Yuan Sijun done here? That's a calamity. He's gone into the reds. Has he left anything? He's held his hand up. A little raise of the eyebrow from Ken suggests he's not on anything easy. He just looks a little bit lost at the moment, Yuan Sijun. He's played a couple of shots that you wouldn't expect from him. Just needs to regain his focus. And that's a nice pot from Ken. Very, very nice. So surely now he's going to do enough to take this third frame. Great start for Ken.
Yeah, I mean, he's missed a couple, okay, but he looks the more composed. I mean, Yuan Sijun looks rattled, frankly. And Ken using his experience here.
Yeah, he looks very erratic at the moment, does Yuan Sijun. Not too sure why, because it's very early on in this game.
So, blue and one more red for a 2-1 lead for the 54-year-old. And he will, of course, have picked up on how his opponent is feeling and will be determined to exploit any sort of bad mood that has developed over Yuan Sijun. not been in the last 32 of the UK Championship since 2014. So, you know, it's been a long time coming if he were to win today. Not there yet, but things are looking good for the Irishman. He leads 2-1. Now, Joe O'Connor and Stephen Maguire, quite a tense second frame here. These are live pictures, 5 points in it. 1-0 it is to O'Connor. 3 reds remain.
And this is the part of Maguire's game that really let him down the other day against Ashley Hugill. He was very, very clinical in the balls, but his long game was just not at the races. And another one, look at how far away he's got from that. Okay, it was a very difficult shot, but he's not even troubled the pocket there. And there he is, just looking at his technique for a moment. I just get the impression that he's just struggling with his equipment over range at the moment. In the balls, he looks $1 million, but anything over 6 foot is a bit of guesswork at the moment for Stephen Maguire.
Well, a little bit like the Doherty judgement match, Joe O'Connor's got to pick up on how his opponent's feeling early on here, try and really take advantage.
6.
So chance for Joe to try and just screw in behind the red. Just had a little look at the... Well, he's dropped it through. That's okay. He needs that cue ball to bounce a touch. He doesn't want to be straight on this red. Maybe a little bit too straight for comfort there. Referee Ben Williams just checking the black spot. Does that black pot? If it does, makes things even more awkward for Joe. And if it does spot, no prizes for guessing what shot he's going to play here. If he's dead straight. Well, it's not as tied up as initially I thought. He could screw this red in, and surely he's going to be on the black. Well, he had more angle than I did think, so what a chance now. 20 points the lead. Black puts him 27 in front. Clearly needs the yellow as well, but the green is sat waiting for him.
Yeah, big shot this. It's all he needs, as you say. But if he misses it, Maguire can tie.
And this, for me, just sums up Joe, because he's not tried to do anything clever there with the black. He's made absolute certain that he's potted it to only leave Maguire being able to tie the frame, but he backs himself. He's left himself a long-range yellow. And straight in. He couldn't have hit that any nicer, really, and that just underlines how he feels. He's a very confident player.
Perry just made a century.
Great stuff from Joe. Very nervy clearance, this.
So Maguire's had a lot of chances, you've got to say, but he's in a bit of early trouble. O'Connor showing his toughness. As we saw with that yellow that he drilled in. Does a lot of martial arts, doesn't he, in boxing and so on. He's quite a sort of short guy, but pretty tough, I think. And he has won that frame, so 2-0. Still early days, but Maguire needs to get involved soon, clearly. Now then. Table 1, Joe Perry and Mark Joyce. Joyce, he stole the first frame and he won the second as well, but this is frame 3 and Joe Perry on a big break here.
H7.
This is the perfect way really to get involved in a match. Try and make a frame winning break, might be a century. In fact, there's a big break on, isn't there? 145, which actually is his highest ever break. Hugh Surtho has already made the 147, of course.
Yes, and this was desperately needed for Joe Perry. Could not afford to let Mark Joyce run away with this. Needed this visit, and this will settle him down because he himself has made a few mistakes, Joe Perry, so far this morning. There is Mark Joyce looking to get back to the Barbican.
Well, there's the century. Nice round of applause from the audience here. And that will make Perry feel a lot better about things. It's the 8th of the season. Oh, well, he's missed the pink, but nonetheless, he's made the century. So Joe Perry trails Mark Joyce 2-1. Let's go to table 3. Yuan Si-jun 2-1 down to Ken Doherty, but 54-0 up here in frame 4. This has not been a slow match at all.
No, it's been very open as well. A lot of the chances they've had, the balls have been spread as if they've just picked up the tray and chucked them over the table. They've been absolutely everywhere, the chances, but this has been a little bit more conventional break from Yuan Si-jun. A couple of balls away from taking us to the interval at 2 frames all. I think the last time these two played in a proper ranking event was actually the UK Championship back in 2018, which Ken won 6-2, so of course that was many years ago. He was a very raw player back then. Yuan, he's developed a lot as a player, but Ken's got his mark for the time being. So black into the pack here. Don't miss the pot and just get a good contact on the reds, get them moving. Important there to try and not be too cute. He just needed to land on 1 red and he has done.
Yeah, this is more like it. He was a bit rattled, erratic, whatever word you want to use. They all mean the same thing in the last frame, but he's got this chance, he's taken it well. This is a great match. Ken Doherty's played his part, and Yuan Si-jun should have done enough now. 1 snooker needed, so he would like the extra points in here. It's always that sort of danger when it's just 1 needed. So the extra 6 points would be useful. Nicely done. Hello to Pete Lambon, who's watching in sunny Spain. He says, I'm looking forward to the Northeast Derby later. Good luck, Elliot Slesser and David Lilly. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Pete. Yeah, of course, they're up tonight at 7. As you say, a bit of an Anton Deck derby.
Yeah, a match they probably could have played down the club up at the Northeast Snooker Centre. I think they both practiced from there. Big moment for them both. Great for the club as well.
We'll stay with this to see if he can make the century. He's already actually had 15 this season, so that's plenty already for a player low down the rankings. 43. He's had a lot of big scalps. He's beaten the likes of Higgins and Ding and Karen Wilson, many others as well.
90.
And already this season, in fact, was in the quarterfinals of the Northern Ireland Open in Belfast.
91.
Yeah, and every chance now of the total clearance. He's played a nice little cannon to the red off the cushion there, knowing he was going to land on the blue. Great chance to clear the table, take us to the interval. His tea will be tasting a lot nicer if he clears these up.
96. 97.
Well, in the first 5 days of qualifying, we had 70 centuries. Of course, we already had one from Perry, and now from Yuan Sijun as well. That's a nice way to go to the interval.
102. 103.
Yeah, it's been a good response this from Yuan Sijun. He desperately needed this just to stop the rot from Ken. Plenty to think about for both players at the interval, but nothing gained, nothing lost.
108.
Yeah, we're seeing here actually how good he is. He got, as I say, on his own case a bit in that last frame, but no problem with this one. It's a classic sort of clash of generations, isn't it? You've got a legend of the game against someone still making their way. He's only 23, Yuan Sijun. Still looking to improve.
117.
Yeah, and it just shows you how early these guys developed as players. It feels like he's been around for years. I remember being at the World Under-21s in Beijing back in 2013, it must have been, and he played in that. He must have only been 10, 11, 12 years old then. Turned into a fantastic player. This has been a great break.
It really has. 135 from Yuan Sijun. That's the way to do it. Ken Doherty has played well also. Good match this, 2-2. They'll be back in 15 minutes as we go to table 4. Lucas Klecker's 2-0 down with a chance here in frame 3, 20 behind.
Yeah, this could be a big frame now because Ben was 50 to the good up in this frame, and this is a little counter clearance from Lucas Kleckers. He's taking them well so far. He's just got to try and finish out the job now. You feel he just has to play one good shot here, get the reds open nicely on one, and they're all there for him. That's perfect. Missed a few so far this morning, as Lucas Kleckers was so clinical in his match against Ryan Day in the previous round. Missed a few relatively straightforward shots already today, so this will make him feel loads better if he can take this frame. So didn't want to do anything too clever there, just chose to hold the spot of the pink. Pop this red, get on the pink. Needs that cue ball to run. It may have just got there, but it's wanted to be a little bit straighter on this than he is. He's got a little bit too much angle here, so he may have to go in and out of balk. It's very difficult to hold this shot. Makes it a little bit easier that the brown is off the spot, but the angle is coming at the pink. It's a shot you would tend to play with a touch of left-hand side, which off the cushion will then take the cue ball towards the yellow. And there's the left-hand side. He's judged the pace to perfection. That's a really good shot from Lucas Kleckers.
Yeah, and as you say, he's a very hard worker, and all the work that he's put in, of course, would help trailing like this, needing to find something, keeping that belief of as much as anything. It would be an historic day for German snooker, of course, if he could be the first player to reach the last 32 of the UK Championship, be in the draw later today. Got to put the frame away here. blew his frame ball to make it 2-1.
71. And the fresh, Lucas Crackers.
So it was a nice break, wasn't it, from Lucas Kleckers, and he trails Ben Woollaston 2-1. Now then, Stephen Maguire in a bit of trouble against Joe O'Connor, who is looking good again here. 30 in front, 2-0 he leads in the match. Made a 76 breaker in the first, dominated the second as well. Dan on Twitter was asking who we sort of fancied for the tournament. He was sort of looking at Judd Trump, Neil Robertson. It's hard to say. There's so many candidates, aren't there? Mark Allen, of course, is defending the title. He's just won the Champion of Champions. And I also think you've got to look at some of the sort of the middle rankers in the top 16. People like Ali Carter, Barry Hawkins. You know, they're having good seasons as well. So what we're saying, Dan, basically, it's wide open.
Yeah, basically, we've not got a clue. But you've got to, as well, consider the qualifiers that have come through. You know, there's going to be 16 players in that hat that have had a few matches under their belt coming into the Barbican, and they'll all be sharp. And you look at the sort of the guys that have been performing well recently. Look at Zhang Anda, sorry, he's played so well out in China. Tom Ford as well, they've come through. Who's to say that a qualifier won't go on and win it this year?
Yeah, I think I'll tell you what, I'll give you my real answer when I've seen the draw later, because that will establish who some of the real, you know, dangerous qualifiers are going to play in round one.
Played that red with plenty of check side to try and leave himself low on the black. He's got a little bit of angle. May have to just try and generate something here, try and make something happen. There's a few reds in open plays, 45-52 in front when this black goes in. He's slowly creeping towards the winning line in this frame. So we look at this black again. He's got a little bit of unintended right-hand side on that shot, which has checked the cue ball up, which is why he's not gone into the three reds that he planned to go in off the cushion. So he's having to take this red on from distance. And again, that's a very nice pot from Joe O'Connor. He just looks so unfazed at the moment.
Yeah, we see this from him, don't we? We saw it in that wonderful match with Neil Robertson at the Scottish Open. He made that great clearance in their semi-final. And we saw it as well in the Players' Championship last season. The very fact he was in that will tell you what a great season he'd had, because that's only for the top 16 on the one-year list. He impressed a lot of people in that tournament, mixing it with the real sort of big hitters.
The most impressive thing about Joe O'Connor is his temperament, hands down. He is blessed with a superb attitude and temperament for the game of snooker, and it helps him so much out there under the cosh, because it gets very tense out there, and you know, when things aren't quite going your way, he's blessed with that temperament that can just allow him to focus and be very present. Just look at the next shot. Like we've just seen there, he's played into the three reds, didn't get on it, gets down, pots the long red, and now he's back in, and he's got a great chance now to take this third frame. This is a brilliant start to the day from the Leicester man.
Yeah, and at that Players' Championship I mentioned, he beat Mark Allen, who of course by that stage had won 3 tournaments, and Luca Brissell, who was about to become world champion. Got to the semis where Ali Carter beat him. So Maguire's got a few problems here. Joe O'Connor proving his mettle here in his home city.
Yeah, Maguire's the sort of person that could probably get frustrated by how Joe is playing here, because he's not doing anything wrong really. He's just sort of tiptoeing around the table, going about his business very quietly, as he always does, Joe. He's not doing this, you know, as a one-off. This is how he plays the game. very quiet, just very, very good at what he does, and just keep chipping away. He won't be rushed, he'll just take his time as he does, and the longer he keeps Maguire sat in his chair, he's getting more and more frustrated.
So 3-0 it is to Joe O'Connor. Let's go back to table 1, where Mark Joyce leads Joe Perry 2-1. But of course, Perry made the century in the last frame, trailing by 20 here, but at the table with a chance to make it 2-2, which he would be very happy with from 2-0 down. Yeah, Perry, 2 semi-finals at the UK Championship back in 04 and 05.
32.
This season's best run to the last 16 of the Northern Ireland Open. As Stephen said before that, he'd had a few problems that were affecting his form.
33.
Yeah, big moments in this game now for Joe Perry. He saw Mark Joyce make a nice clearance in the opening frame from 61 points down. Mark Joyce was 46 up in this frame, and Joe Perry is now returning the compliment. He's got himself virtually back in the frame, but he's still only halfway there, really. Still a little bit of work to be done here. I'm not sure if the red near the yellow and brown actually passes past either of the yellow or brown, which makes it a little bit more difficult because he's going to have to get on that red in such a way that he's got to be very accurate with his positional play there. So if you can pop this red and then get nicely on the yellow and pop the yellow in the green
38.
bag. Oh, maybe the red does pass the brown. Well, it does. That helps massively. He's landed a little bit short, to be fair. Surely from the blue, he could have come on and off the cushion and got a little bit closer to that red if it passes. So he's left himself a little bit to do here. It's not so much the pot he's concerned about, it's where the cue ball is going to be going after contact. It looks like it's going to be close to the yellow. Yeah, how well's he played that? That's a great shot Joe Perry's played there.
Yeah, so much knowledge and tablecraft under his belt, of course, after a long career. One of the class of 92, that's when he turned pro.
$41.
So another big shot required here. He's got to have to get top side of the balk line, leave himself an angle on probably yellow. Try and dislodge that red or get in behind it.
$42.
So this is the key shot now. He's got the blue that he can play up and down the table. Wants to try and get as close to that red as possible. If he can get somewhere near the line of the middle pocket... Oh, he's missed the blue. Can you believe it? He's missed the blue. Now, how big is that going to be in this match? Because that was a real chance for Joe Perry to take us to the interval at 2 frames apiece. And after all that had gone, it would probably have been a fair result. But what a chance now Mark Joyce has got to try and take a 3-1 lead. That could be a massive let-off. He's just taken his eye off the blue there, concerned about his cue ball, wanted to get as close to that red as possible. So important, Mark Joyce plays a good safety shot here. Try and get distance between the cue ball and the object ball, but you have to get that red safe.
Yeah, it's sort of setting the tone at the interval, isn't it? What happens in the next few minutes here? Perry with a good chance and looking good the way he was playing to level at 2-2. Mark Joyce still with the chance for 3-1.
Well, he's played a good shot there, Joe, to send the red and keep it on this cushion, but he's found the in off. It's always there, it's always on, of course it is, but he's a little bit unlucky. And now Mark Joyce has elected to put him back in. So needs to play another good safety shot here.
They're both having a good look at where this red finishes.
Good shot from Mark using the yellow as a stopper for the cue ball. So Joe Perry's got to hit this red and get it safe now. He's hit the red. And he's got it relatively safe. I think the only way Mark Joyce will be having a go at this red is if he can get the cue ball back down this end of the table, and to do that he's would have to play this with a little bit of pace to arc the white round. So I think he's just going to be sending the red down the table, white in behind the yellow. Needs the cue ball to pull up, and that's very good.
That'll do nicely though for Perry. 10-sol frame this, just 8 points in it.
Not an easy safety shot this, because the double kiss is on if he tries to get distance between the red and the cue ball. Yeah, he's played it quite well considering.
Just to say, Ben Woollaston is going to be 3-1 up at the interval against Lucas Kleckers. Kleckers did win that third frame, but Woollaston has dominated the fourth. It's still 3-0 to Joe O'Connor against Steve Maguire. And Yuan Sichun and Ken Doherty have just resumed. In fact, I think they've had a re-rack in the frame back, that fifth frame. So anyway, it's 2-2 there. Yeah, it was a re-rack. They didn't seem to have been going long before it was all set up again.
So a shot he could play here is send the red into the black, but there's no guarantees. It would have to be quite accurate, so... Well, he did decide to play it, and he's played it very well. If he'd have misjudged that, he could have possibly caught the black and pushed the red over the corner pocket, but as it turns out, he's caught it absolutely perfect, and Joe Perry's in a snooker. He may can just clip the left side of the red, but he's got to be very mindful of his cue ball here because he'll be going dangerously close to the black. It's tough to judge off the side cushion as well because he's having to hit the cushion quite early. Just looking if he can hit the left side of that red, which he's looking at now. We may push it over towards the right side of the table, which could leave a tempter for Mark Joyce. So this is a pretty big shot from Joe Perry.
Foul. Nice.
Oh dear.
I draw 6.
This is... it's not a free ball, so they're going to be going back, I think, and the referee is going to have to sort all this out. Off we go. Desislava Bosilova.
Yeah, and this is tough to get right as well because 3 balls have moved there, 3 important balls. And this has got to be pretty correct to try and get this back where it was.
Was it on the cushion?
Black was a lot closer to the cushion there.
Just how far off the cushion? Was it like that much?
I think could have got a ball behind it. So
Yeah, Joe's right there. It was quite a little bit further off the cushion there because the shot he could have played was off the side cushion, try and get the cue ball down, hit the black cushion and send the red up the table from behind. There we can see where the balls were, so that red wants to go forward just a fraction.
Yeah, but that's a bit too much, I think.
Yeah, they can't see the freeze frame, so they're going to have to work it out themselves. It's not bad, actually. The black may be slightly off. Yeah, that's more like it, actually. I mean, that's not bad, is it, for the naked eye? Obviously, the pink was on its spot, but the other two, the red is about right. The black, not too far off.
Yeah, the red's pretty good, but I think the black being a little bit further away than it should be makes a difference to this shot because before, Joe was having to play this very accurately to avoid actually hitting the black. Yeah, he's right. It needs to, maybe not that much, but it definitely needs to come down a fraction because on contact with the red, the cue ball is going to be sending its way towards the black. Yeah, it's not that much, I'm afraid. It needs to go over to the right. This shot's now not on for Joe. I mean, it's very difficult, of course, to... Yeah, he's absolutely perfect there, Joe. He's got this bang on.
I think I saw it was kind of in line with this spot, so maybe like that. Yeah.
Heard people say, and I understand it, if the referee could have like a tablet, you know, with the position on, it would make it a lot easier. They've done well here. I mean, that's about right now. So here we go. He's still got to hit it. That's the bad news. Oh, he'll take this all day long, won't he?
Yeah, that was a great effort from Joe and the referee, actually, to get them balls pretty much exactly where they were, because it made a massive difference, that black being in that position. Before, Joe could have played thin off and avoided the black. From that position, he couldn't, so decided to play off the cushion. And what a treat he's had there, because he laid a snooker back for Mark Joyce. He's going to have to try and play this off 2 cushions, in and out of baulk, between the green and brown, trying to just flick off the red back down the table. Doesn't want to catch this too thick, though. Could go close to fluking this in the middle.
Okay, we'll be back with table 1 in due course. There's a long battle on that red, but Joe O'Connor on table 2 has a chance for a 4-0 lead over Stephen Maguire. I'm not sure many people necessarily would have predicted that. Maybe people thought Joe could win this match, but 4-0 at the interval, that would be something.
Yeah, he's turned up massively this morning, Joe O'Connor. Chance for the blue into the reds here. Just a delicate little cannon required. Just try and push a few out. That looks pretty perfect. Fantastic shot, Joe O'Connor. What a performance he's putting in today.
53.
Yeah, he's bang on it, isn't he? He really is. And Maguire, you can see his face in the background, not happy. He'll always let you know how he's feeling. Needs another red.
Yeah, and he's just pulled up a fraction short there of perfect on the blue, so he may have a little bit of angle, but he's going to have to force this. The red closest to the cue ball, I suppose, is obvious red to get on here. Try and punch this off the side cushion. Plenty of right-hand side just to widen the angle, and he just needs the red. Yeah, he's definitely got a smidgen of angle there. Needs plenty of right-hand side on this cue ball. Oh, it was tough. It was tough. The right-hand side is going to throw slightly into the blue, which means you've got to aim it just off, and in doing so, he's ended up hitting it full ball, and in goes the white. So close to getting perfect and taking out this frame to take a 4-0 lead. How Maguire would love something to happen here. If he goes into interval 3-1, he'll feel like he's 3-1 up.
If you see it again. Yeah, because Maguire, as I say, I was watching him in the chair and he wasn't looking at all happy, but there's been a little twist here.
It's a very accurate shot Joe was trying to play there. He wanted to pot the blue into the left side of the pocket, which meant he could have generated a little bit of angle for the cue ball, and with that right-hand side, he could have got down the table. It's amazing how far down the table you can actually get from straight on the blue, but on that particular occasion, he's called it too full.
Yeah, I mean, 3-1's a good lead, but obviously with having had the chance for 4-0, he'd be disappointed now to lose this frame. He's been in control of it. They're still on that last red, by the way, on table 1. We're not missing too much there. It's been a hell of a battle between Perry and Joyce. So, Joe O'Connor was in control, but now Maguire with a chance to make an important clearance, not just for the scoreline, but for the psychology in this match as well.
Yeah, this is massive for Stephen Maguire. This visit could be huge. Pot this red, get on the blue. Try and remove the red just to the left of the black spot. The black passes to the right corner pocket, and then he's away. Controlled that well. He's nicely on this black. He can just drop it through for the red next to it.
Wow.
Well, you saw the frustration there. He needs. He doesn't need snookers, so he'll be warned now because he just rashly conceded 42 in it, 51 on. He left the red on. I'm sure Joe would have potted it, but Maguire had had enough, and that is not a good sign for the Scotsman, who goes to the interval trailing 4-0.
Yeah, what a shame that is for Maguire. As you say, didn't require snookers, so conceding the frame, well, he's just massively blown up over on table 2.
60.
Meanwhile, Yuansi Jun, as you can see, is pressing on here towards a 3-2 lead over Ken Doherty. Now, he was rattled himself, wasn't he, a couple of frames ago, but he won that fourth very impressively with the century. 135, and this is a break of 68 so far, so a chance for a second century. Well, we're seeing the pressure of Judgment Day coming to bear, particularly for Maguire there, but not on Yuansi Jun here. He's just found a bit of a groove. Been a very open game this, obviously 5 frames played in, well, not even an hour and a half, because I've had an interval as well.
80.
So these last 4 colours for back-to-back centuries, and then it's over to Ken Doherty to try and do something to keep himself in contention. Lovely stuff this from Yuansi Jun. Yeah, back-to-back centuries from the young man. He was in a bit of trouble trailing 2-1. He wasn't looking too happy, but he leads 3-2. Now then, we're back on table 1. They're still on this last red, as they were when we left to go to the Maguire match. So it's been a hell of a battle on the red. 2-1 to Mark Joyce, 14 in front here. And a lot of good safety's been played, but not a lot of movement yet.
Yeah, still going from when Joe had the chance. The longer this exchange goes on, though, you've got to favour Joe because he's got so much knowledge. Look at this shot he's played, twice across with the red. Well, pick that one out.
Not friendly, is it? Not meant to be, by the way.
Yeah, there's no friends out there. There's so much pressure. The pressure cooker that is Judgment Day. Everyone, it means so much to them. That's just class from Joe Perry, though. That safety shot just sums him up. Such tablecraft out there. He just knows the shots to play at the right time and executes them to perfection. Mark Joyce is in a lot of trouble here because I don't think he can hit this one cushion. He may have to come twice across. There we go, yeah. So it's going to be twice across, and there's going to be a big slide off this second cushion, what he's looking at now. So he's going to have to get quite close to this middle pocket. Side cushion, and then you just trust into a little bit of luck, hoping that the snooker gods are with you. If you can make contact with the red. This is going to slide. Well, that's a pretty decent shot from where he was. Every credit, Mark Joyce. Tap on the table.
Well, they've been on this red a long old time, haven't they? There's been some great stuff played between two very experienced competitors. So just to reiterate, the interval between Ben Woollaston and Lucas Kleckers, it's 3-1 to Woollaston. They're back any moment. We know that Joe O'Connor's 4-0 up on Stephen Maguire. And of course it's 3-2 Yuan Si-jun against Ken Doherty. Back-to-back centuries from Yuan Si-jun. Just on tonight, while we've got a moment, we've got Zhou Yulong against Ian Burns, Hossein Vafai against Scott Donaldson, Pang Zhengzhou against Craig Steadman, who's actually an amateur. Come back to that later because it's quite an interesting story. And David Lilly, Elliot Slesser. Steadman, yeah, he was actually first reserve to get in this tournament. He wasn't in it originally. And because there are 16 invites through the WPBSA. And anyway, he got in, and now he's he's a match away from York.
Joe wants to just clip the paintwork of this red, really. If you can chip it in just behind the black, that would be ideal, but he wants to be careful not to push it too far out. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good, because even if Mark can see the left side of this red, there's only so much he can do with it. And even if he comes off the side cushion and tries to rest onto the red, you feel that the next time he comes to the table, he'll be in big trouble because he'll just be handing the initiative back to Joe. Joe has definitely got the upper hand in this little exchange.
This is like a match within a match, isn't it, on this last red? Blue's safe. We'll see what difference that makes later on. Of course, it favours Joyce with the 14-point lead right now. But that's all in the future. Right now, they're still on this red. Yeah, 44 minutes this frame. Epic stuff.
Yeah, it's a tight old exchange is this one on this final red. And again, another frame coming down to the last red. It happens all the time. It's amazing how many frames come down to the final red. This is where your ring craft really shows. Big frame as well, a 3-1 lead at the interval. Joe Perry's got it all to do, 2 each, and he's got away with 1 because he was 2-0 down in this game.
reasons, of course. There's two reasons they've been on the red so long. The good safety, but also they've not really been taking anything on that's not regulation. A couple of half chances that they might have considered, but the safety continues. Perry sort of looking to the heavens here. He's watching this red. It is cuttable, so maybe this is the chance Mark Joyce has been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, and you just was starting to get the impression, unless it was a 70-30, 80-20 pot, neither player was going to take anything on. Very, very cagey stuff. Playing the percentages, but this will definitely be taken on by Mark Joyce. This is a chance. 14 points to the good. If he can get nicely on a colour here, he won't need that blue on the side rail. Oh, he's butchered that. Absolutely butchered it.
Yeah, it felt like a massive shot just because it's taken so long to get to it. You know, it's almost been built up too much as a big shot, and as you say, got nowhere near it. So Perry has his chance. Red finally goes in.
Seven. Nine.
So this is a key shot. He's got to pot this green down the rail with the long stuff. Needs to get nicely on the brown, but it's going to be very, very tricky to leave a nice angle to try and develop that blue. So the next three shots here are key for Joe. Obviously, it's always going to come down to that blue at this stage. Can he get an angle on the brown? Well, he's got to pot the green first, and he's missed it.
Well, I guess the good news for Perry now is that Joyce does now need the blue. But this frame has been very drawn out, you've got to say.
Here's that miss green again. It's a tough pot because he's having to play it with a lot of gear, get the cue ball zipping back for the brown, but just took his eye off the pot there. Had a bit of weight on the end of his cue as well with the extensions, which adds a little bit of difficulty to the shot as well. On we go.
Yeah, with that blue where it is, may be a while yet before this frame is resolved. They're back out on table 4. Ben Woollaston and Lucas Kleckers are back. We're just waiting for Maguire and O'Connor. Of course, Maguire needs to get his head together. It was a rash concession. The end of frame 4 just summed up how the afternoon's gone for him. Not well. 4-0 down. Joe O'Connor looking good. Looking tough. So We had the long safety duel on the last red. I get the feeling we might get one now on this green. So we'll be back with this table in due course, but there's a long way to go yet. Let's go to table 3. This is an interesting one because, of course, Ken Doherty was looking good at 2-1. He was looking the more composed of the two. Then Yuan Sijun made back-to-back centuries to lead 3-2. So suddenly the pressure's back on Ken's shoulders here.
Hold on to your hats here, Dave. This could be a plant. Oh, and he's got it. What a shot that is from Yuan Sijun. Is he going to land on a colour? I don't think he is. How aggressive was that? It dead set plant through the pack. Trusting a little bit to luck with the cue ball. Great pot. Now we see he's found a dead setter in the mist of all those reds. Could have landed anywhere. He could quite easily have landed on the black. He hasn't done so. He's going to have to just bide his time here, play a good safety shot. The reds are spread far and wide now. Whoever gets in, it will be a great chance.
Yeah, it's been a very open match. Every time we come to this table, it seems the reds are kind of all in play. Of course, obviously that plant is the reason in this frame. But Ken Doherty, you might have thought, well, he could time up and, you know, use the experience. He's not really played that way. Actually, he's been going for his shots as well. So another good chance for Yuan Sijun, 16 behind. We know he's scoring well after back-to-back centuries. I think he would have been favourite coming into the match just because, you know, he's in the last couple of years been very impressive, whereas obviously Ken Doherty's form has deteriorated. That's just a fact. Played well in these qualifiers, and there's a lot of goodwill towards him, understandably, but Yuan Sijun, as the young sort of up-and-coming player, I think would have been slightly favoured. But anyway, it's been close. But maybe he's just starting to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely scoring the better of the two. And this is another scoring chance for him. Needs to play a good one here, though. Cue this one nicely. Ooh, the arms come across. He's thrown his cue about there.
Yes, one thing he didn't do was cue it nicely. Now then, things are happening on table 1. It's been a frame of nearly an hour between Joe Perry and Mark Joyce. He potted the green. I'm not sure he's on this brown to pot it anyway.
Yeah, it's mad how he's not landed on the brown there, because he's potted the green with the rest round 2, and to overdo that, that's the worst thing you could have done, Joe. A couple of moments ago, Mark Joyce fouled left a free ball for Joe Perry, and he elected to just promote the blue off the cushion, which is why it's now in open play. But he's done himself here. If he doesn't get this one safe... Oh, and he has done. Good shot. That was a real chance for Joe.
57-minute frame.
Well, that brown has bounced a lot further than I initially thought it was, so having said that he's got it safe, he hasn't. He's left Mark Joyce a little cut back here. Big, big moments. Well, there's the brown, and this cue ball is going to bounce, and he's going to be on this blue. What a chance now for Mark Joyce. Joe Perry will be absolutely kicking himself if he sees this blue and pink potted by Mark. He's had a real chance there to get on the green, and he failed to do so.
Yeah, it seemed like he'd broken the deadlock, actually. But what a body blow this will be, as you say.
9.
Big shot then. Mark Joyce, remember, stole the first frame on the black. Can he now steal this fourth? It's been an epic of an hour duration. This is to lead 3-1 at the interval. Well, it took some winning. Joe Perry sort of sprints out the arena. He had his chance. Mark Joyce in the end took his 3-1. Now then, they're back on table 2, Stephen and Maguire. Well, maybe he needed that 15 minutes after the way he conceded the fourth frame.
Yeah, pre-interval, sorry, we've seen Maguire absolutely explode out there in the arena, and that's what it can do to you. But he'll like that. He'll welcome that from Joe O'Connor. He needs to just get himself going, Stephen Maguire. He just needs an absolute sitter of a chance, to be fair, just to try and get his cue and arm going, score a few points and get back into this game. All the momentum in this match is with Joe O'Connor, and he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. Try and keep his foot on Stephen Maguire. It's mad to say something like that, you know. Maguire's a top player, but Joe is doing very, very well here. He's got Maguire bang under it.
Well, I'm going to make way for the next half an hour for Rob Walker, who will soak up the unique drama of Judgment Day.
So that was a nice little delicate red Maguire's played there. Just brushed the other red on the black cushion, but he's landed okay. And this is the sort of chance he needs. You know, he needs the reds, just absolute sitters at the moment. He needs an easy chance. Just the first few shots here are going to be key. He's got to get himself back, pull himself together. So, Rob, what did you make of that pre-interval? We saw the emotion out there. He's almost erupted, Stephen Maguire. If anything, the intervals come at a good time for him.
Yes, good afternoon, Stephen. Good to be alongside you, as opposed to in the studio. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're really enjoying Judgment Day Part 2. Yesterday was an absolute belter. We finished a couple of minutes before midnight. Well, it was just indicative. I was watching it upstairs in the press room. It was just indicative of the frustration that Stephen Maguire feels when he's on his day. Stephen, he's one of my favourite players to watch, and he's putting together a good season. He's up to 10th on the one-year list, and not many people would have been expecting him to be 4-0 down to Joe O'Connor on this Judgment Day match. And as soon as he missed that black to bottom left, yeah, his frustrations just boiled over. So you're absolutely right. The mid-session break could have come at an absolutely ideal time. Surely not. Surely not. Oh, my goodness me. This is desperate for Stephen Maguire. Well, if he'd managed to cool down over that 15-minute break, he will be beginning to bubble once again now. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, and I think for all that's gone wrong for Maguire this morning, you have to give this man credit, Joe O'Connor. He just quietly goes about his business all the time. Here's that in-off from Maguire again. He must have known the cue ball was going somewhere close. Maybe thought he was going to get a little cannon on one of the balk colours. He was trying to just navigate his way in and out of balk there, but of course, sod's law, it's going to go in the pocket, and it has done. But yeah, Joe has definitely frustrated Maguire today. He just does what he does. He just potters about, and he's just so in the zone. He's got a superb temperament, Joe O'Connor.
Had a good end to last year, Joe O'Connor, and a good start to 2023. Had that run to the Scottish final and then played really well to make the semi-final of the Players' Champs in Wolverhampton when Murphy was just on fire that week. He hasn't had as good a start to this season, though, Stephen. His last 64 European Masters, English Open, Wuhan International Championship. So a big run here into the last 32 of the UK champs with a sizable victory over a former UK champion in Stephen Maguire would be a good way to kickstart his season. But we've seen 4-0s turned around before, and we will see it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And worth noting as well that 2 of Joe O'Connor's losses this season have fallen to the hands of Stephen Maguire. Both the China events, Maguire's beaten Joe. Maybe that's playing a part in how laser focused he's been today and how determined he is to try and overturn that. Yeah, the beauty of these longer formats. 4-0 looks disastrous, but there's still wriggle room. And if Maguire can keep chipping away here, get this frame, get the next, we've got a game on. Got to try and keep Joe O'Connor away from getting to 5 frames. He lets Joe get to 5. You feel that he is going to get at least one chance, and that's all you're looking for at that stage, just one chance to try and get over the line. Massive prize on offer for these players today. Book themselves in for the Barbican appearance.
The draw coming up in just around about an hour's time. Mark Joyce and Joe Perry off after that epic 4th frame. Mark Joyce needing the blue and the pink and getting it. Juan Sijun is at the table. He trails in the 6th, but he's up 3-2, courtesy of back-to-back centuries. Ben Woollaston's at the table. Red scattered awkwardly, but he's in front by 37 points, 3-1 up in frames. But worth staying with this one just to see if Stephen Maguire can douse those flames of frustration and navigate his way to the first frame on the board against Joe. I think overall, Stephen, Maguire is in a good position this season by his own high standards. He had a dreadful campaign last time out, which means he's got virtually no points to defend. He's put together runs to the quarterfinals in Northern Ireland. Then he knocked out Judd Trump and reached the quarters of the International Championship. Last 16 of Wuhan. So he's up to 10 on the one-year list, which puts him in the driving seat for a World Grand Prix and Players' Championship appearance live on ITV. Overall, the signs are good for his season.
Yeah, and that's probably playing a part in his frustrations, you know, because he is playing so well. He's almost now expecting to keep performing at that level, and sometimes when that level drops, you know, a player like Stephen, he's never going to shy away from showing his emotions. And of course, he's not been at the races today. And worth noting as well that he played so very well in his win against Ashley Hugel in the previous round. 3 tons and 270 breaks tells you all you need to know. But he's not been able to replicate that sort of level so far today. Key word being so far. He's only 4 frames down in a race to 6. There is still wriggle room, as I've said. It's a long way to go yet in this game.
This is more like it from Maguire.
So the lead goes to 60. This red is frame ball. But he won't just want to leave it there. He want to try and clear the table for his own sanity, if anything. He's appreciating the table time at the moment, is Stephen Maguire. He's trying to just re-find his touch. Try and find his touch in amongst the balls. String a few together.
So despite going in off the right middle, Stephen Maguire has managed to wrestle a frame away from Joe O'Connor. And he'll just want to get as close to the complete clearance as he can here, just to settle himself down, calm down, and focus on turning 4-1 into 4-2.
This exact frame just sums up what the top players can do, though. A few moments ago, no one in the arena was safe, but the mistake from Joe O'Connor, he's now got a chance of making a century from absolute nowhere, and this will definitely make him feel better. He'll be trying his hardest to clear the table here. Well, he's missed the red, and that's a shame, but a break of 72 is going to be enough to get himself on the board. And that's a very important frame for Stephen Maguire. He desperately needed that one. 4 frames to 1, Joe O'Connor leads.
Now we turn our attention to the 6th frame between Francis Yun and Ken Doherty. A lot of neutrals would love to see Ken walk down those stairs at the Barbican, just as Jimmy did last year against Ryan Day. Ken was quite emotional, you know, I thought, after that victory over Chris Wakelin. It's still, I think, what really impressed me about that, about how demonstrative he was with his feelings, it shows how much he still cares after all these years.
Yeah, it's great to see how much the game does still mean to these guys. You know, it's been their life. You know, he's a pundit and he's a player first and foremost, is Ken. He still loves competing out there. It means the world to him, and it'll mean absolutely everything to see him walking down the stairs. It'll mean so much to Ken. And why not? Why can't he do it? He's played some really good stuff. He beat Chris Wakelin in the last round, who's a pretty much informed player, shootout champion, finalist at Northern Ireland. Ken brushed him aside. And again, we see another frame go to that final red. You see it so often. Big moments here.
Ben Woollaston 3-1 up, and still with a healthy lead in the 5th against Lucas Kleckers, but a funny looking table. Every ball, bar the black, is at the balk end of the table. But let's stay with this just for now. That's to see whether Ken Doherty can stop this advance by his young Chinese opponent. Back-to-back centuries. 2-1 down to 3-2 in front. Key moments in this match.
Yeah, and Ken's played that red full-blooded, tried to drop it in and hold for the black. Can't blame him for that. Makes the shot a little bit more difficult when you're having to trust it over that sort of range. Sometimes you see a player take that on a little bit more positively, try and punch the ball in, try and cue it a little bit more positively. He didn't. He's got away with it, though. just while these little exchanges are happening here on this final red, keep getting in touch with us on Twitter or X, as they say. Let us know if you're heading to the Barbican next week. Let us know in the world where you're watching this Judgment Day Part 2. Myself and Dave Hendon will try and answer as many questions as we can. At Stephen Hallworth on Twitter, at WeAreWST as well. The draw's obviously going to be done in an hour or so, less than an hour, potentially. Let us know your predictions for that. Who do you want to see playing who? Give us some suggestions. Who are you following? Who are you supporting?
Well, imagine if we had a first round rerun of last year's final. Imagine if it was Ding and Mark Allen.
Yeah, and it could quite easily happen, couldn't it? Ding played so well yesterday to book his place in the hat for the draw at the Barbican. He is a draw you do not want to get into. Ding, he's playing some good stuff. He'd be a nightmare draw for anyone.
Also, if you look at the draw on the WST website, there are some potentially seismic last 16 encounters as well. Just for a moment, if you park aside, obviously, the prospect of qualifiers making it through to the last 16. In various portions of the draw, you've got massive second round matches in the Barbican if both top names make it through their first match. But Ken was close with that long red, but he's now given Hwan Si-yun an opportunity here to pull further away. Back-to-back centuries. And this now looks like a good chance for the 23-year-old.
Yeah, and he won't need that safe brown either, so he can just play for green or blue here. Yellow and green followed will be enough to leave Ken Maguire in snookers. Ken had a little stab at that long red there. Got close to it, but not close enough. If it had rattled it, it could have stayed down this end of the table. As it happened, it went up the table.
And by the way, Joe Perry and Mark Joyce have just resumed. Joe Perry lost an epic fourth and trails 3-1, but he has just drilled a superb long red at the very beginning of the fifth, coming out all guns blazing after his 15-minute break.
So this green will be enough for Hwan Si-yun. Needs to make sure of it. And he does do. Ken will probably play on here though, because that black is in a very inviting position for snookers.
Transition. 11.
Of course, when you need snookers, you often find you find yourself in one. Ken's got to hit this brown and get it safe. Well, he doesn't, and there's the concession.
So Ken finds himself in a spot of bother against Hwan Si-yun, having led 2-1. He's now 4-2 down. His young opponent 2 frames away from a first appearance in the last 32 of the UK champs. So here's Joe Perry. And a little shake of the shoulders, but his opening red was absolutely pinpoint accurate. Joe Perry's a wily campaigner, got a great record the last few years, you know. He's made 4 of the last 6 quarterfinals at the UK champs. Oh dear. He was slightly out of position on that one. He didn't look happy when he got up onto the table. And despite getting himself in with a fabulous long red. Joyce is already back at the table, and a moment of frustration for the gentleman.
Yeah, he didn't look very settled on that one. Wanted the cue ball. He was urging the cue ball to just pull up. As it happened, it went right into the back of the pack, and it was a bit of a stretch for Joe. And that's a very nicely cued long red from Mark Joyce there to get himself top side of the blue. Not the best chance in the world at the moment. The black and pink are a little bit tied up for the time being, so only got the blue to work off. He may go full-blooded into the pink here. Just try and get some balls moving. Try and push the colours into open play. He has done. How's your luck? Oh dear. That is not nice. That could have gone anywhere, and it's pretty much landed in the worst place possible for Mark Joyce. Here is another look at that blue into the pack of reds there. Trying to just get something moving. Could quite easily have flicked the black into play. Could have landed anywhere. He hasn't, so he's going to have to just bite the bullet and play a good safety shot.
After 6.
We return our attention to table 2. Stephen Maguire and Joe O'Connor. O'Connor was in first, but Maguire feeling a little better after that break of 72. Could have got a century, but didn't matter. He was in need of a real settler after an early concession in the last frame before the mid-session. And these reds are spread nicely. And this sport is fascinating, Stephen. One frame, one moment can turn the whole match if Stephen is able to convert what looks to be an excellent chance at the moment. 4-2, Joe starts thinking about it a little bit, especially bearing in mind, as you said, he's lost to Stephen Maguire twice in China already this season.
Yeah, 100%, Rob. And in these moments of the utmost pressure, you're just looking for a glimmer of hope, and that's what Maguire's got at the moment. He's got the frame on the board that he needed with a nice break as well, and now look at the balls. He's got them exactly where he wants them. These are the sort of chances that Stephen Maguire is going to have to start taking if he's going to stay with Joe O'Connor. But what a chance this is now.
11.
Wan Si-yun, by the way, has just drilled a brilliant long red into bottom left, and he has the first opportunity in the 7th frame against Ken Doherty, now leading 4-2. We'll keep you posted on that, but let's stay with Maguire for now and see how this potential one-visit clearance continues.
The red directly above the black is a little bit of an annoyance for Stephen Maguire, just because the path up to all the reds is partly blocked by that, so he will try and look to remove that as soon as possible. But look at the balls, they're so nicely situated. He's just got to keep close control of his cue ball here. Just try and keep landing top side of the blue, get the right angles on the black. Looks a formality really, but as we know, the pressure that's out there, this is judgment day. Nothing is simple.
And I don't know about you, but perhaps one of the reasons Maguire is so compelling to watch is that he is on his day capable of absolute brilliance. I mean, his victory in the Tour Championship behind closed doors in 2020 was absolutely superb, coming at the end of a season where he finished runner-up to Ding in the UK Championship final and pushed him close after a slow start in that match. At times, it can be phenomenal from Stephen, and at other times, you feel like you're waiting for his frustrations to bubble over. You can get both extremes with him, and maybe that's why he's so good to watch.
Yeah, definitely. From a neutral, it's brilliant. You never know what Maguire's going to turn up, but he really is one of the most dangerous players in the world. We all know he's a top 16 player. He plays to that level, but he can let himself down at times. He'll be the first to tell you. This game is so incredibly frustrating. I can talk from experience. You know, I've had moments out there in the heat of battle where I've just wanted to launch my Q into row Z because it can get that bad out there, but Maguire's a class player, and make no mistake, he'll be trying his hardest to get back in this game. He wants to be at the Barbican. Just chasing his cue ball around at the moment, though, having to send it up and down the table, just looking for one or two real good positional shots to get hold of his white and try and keep it within close proximity. Another key shot coming here. Brown down the table again, playing for a big area. And that cannon's okay. He did play to just drift past that red, and he's a little bit further away from the red than he would have liked, but should be no issues.
Mark Joyce had the first chance in the 5th against Joe Perry, leading 3-1, but he's just left a red wobbling right over the jaws. And on table 3, Hwan Si-yun is now on a break of 40. There's a cluster of reds in the middle of the table, but he is determined to press home his 2-frame advantage against Ken Doherty. So Perry back in on table 1, Hwan Si-yun going well on table 3, and it's still a very untidy end to the 5th frame between Woollaston and Lucas Kleckers. Woollaston still in front with 1 red left on the table.
Maguire having a very close look at this black. He played the little cannon to the red, and for a moment I thought it may not have travelled far enough, but he's got down now and he could get through, and that's a lovely little controlled cannon he's played to the red there. He's well in front in this frame, and there's more than enough in open play for him to take it. We often say it, and it's a little bit cliche, but how important could that interval have been for Stephen Maguire? He needed to get out of that arena. It came just at the right time for him. He was obviously able to just compose himself, possibly get on the practice table, have a cup of tea, maybe, and just try and find some zen out there, because for a moment it was looking all very bleak.
And he did well to keep his frustrations under control early on in the 5th when he went round the table and went in off middle right. That could have been another implosion. It wasn't. And all of a sudden, he's a couple of pots away from halving his deficit and giving Joe O'Connor just the beginning of 1 or 2 anxious thoughts. Could be a long way to go in this match. This has been a great visit for the 2004 UK champion. Keeping a lid on those emotions that bubbled over just before the mid-session break. Hwan Si-yun has come to the end of his visit. Ken Doherty back at the table. Reds nicely spread. He trails by 46 in that 7th frame. Frame secured. Stephen Maguire would love to get himself a century here. There's 2 victories over Joe O'Connor this season, 5-2 in Wuhan and 6-4 at the International Championship. His young Leicester opponent is proving a more difficult adversary this afternoon, but this is a great response by Maguire.
Yeah, and this is what he does. He's found something at last, and it's great to see. What a game we've got here on table 2. Plenty more drama to come in this one yet, you feel. Fantastic response from the Scotsman.
Great century. You know, a few people have suggested we change his nickname from the Maverick to Stephen Magma Maguire. Such are the extent of the volcanic eruptions in temper that can ensue, as happened towards the end of the 4th. But he has shown all his class here. That is a superb century from Stephen Maguire. And from 4-0 down, it's 4-2. And this fiery Scot is definitely back in the match. Well, I've really enjoyed this little half-hour stint, filling in or trying to fill in for the sizable boots of Dave Hendon, who's had a sandwich, a cup of tea, a packet of crisps and a few biscuits, and he's poised and ready to rejoin Stephen Hallworth in the hot seat. Hendo will be back on the mic very shortly.
So very tense moments in this 7th frame. Yuan Si-jun and Ken Doherty battling it out on the final 2 reds. We asked you to keep getting in touch with us on Twitter. Let us know your predictions for the draw and who you want to see if you're heading over to the Barbican. Who do you fancy? Had Owen Smith contact in. Thanks for your message, mate. I fancy Jack Lazowski for the title. Ronnie, a Jack final would be great, and what a spectacle that would be if that was to be the case. And how good would that be to see Jack Lazowski lift his first title as a Triple Crown event? We all know he's capable. Thank you for your message and thanks for tuning in. Islands Bunker's been in touch. Cheers, fellas. Loving the free coverage on YouTube of the UK qualifiers. It's Thanksgiving holiday here in the States, so that is an extra treat. Really pulling for Gentleman Joe at the moment. And he's really trying to pull himself back into that game over on table 1. He still trails Mark Joyce by 3 frames to 1. Quite a scrappy encounter over there. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with all the action as it happens live.
Well, this is a big moment, isn't it, in this match between Yuan Si-jun and Ken Doherty. Ken sort of hanging on a bit, but Yuan Si-jun didn't put him away there. Here's a bit of a stretch.
Paul Harrison's watching in Preston. Says we could get a Selby Vafai again. Well, wouldn't that be something if they was to draw one another again? Hawkins would like to avoid Ding, he says, as would Ronnie. To be honest, I think anyone wants to avoid Ding. The way he's played this week in the qualifiers, he'll be a danger to anyone, that's for sure. He's probably the worst qualifier you could play, I suppose, on form at the moment. Loves the UK Championship as well. It wouldn't be a surprise to see Ding go all the way.
Now then, he's got him in a snooker and he's not made contact. So back we go, I suspect. Ken Doherty just looking to turn the screw here. Marcel Eckhart, the referee. Well, it's a very decisive hit this time. He went with pace. Got a good cue ball. Does feel like a sort of must-win frame really for Ken Doherty, just to put a bit of pressure on his opponent, keep with him. Remember, he led 2-1. It was quite free-flowing early on from him, but then he was hit by those 2 centuries in a row from his opponent. Yeah, he knew he hadn't got the snooker from his reaction. Feels like the sort of frame Ken Doherty would win. You know, if you're going to make a prediction between the two, he's won a lot of these sort of frames down the years, but we'll see. Not bound to.
Yeah, and the green being tied up could make a massive difference as well, because it's not necessarily about who pots this final red, it's who pots the red and can eventually get the green out. Only 3 points in the frame at the time being.
Quite a few of these sort of frames today across the tables, these quite cagey affairs coming down to the last red and colours. And of course, more safety there is, more likely that the balls are going to awkward positions and then the clearance isn't straightforward. Ken is relentless though, isn't he? Look at this.
Yeah, another really nice safety shot from Ken. Making absolute sure there that he got the red somewhere in the middle of this black cushion. That was his main intention with that shot. Second prize is he's got in behind the yellow as well, so great safety shot from Ken. Yuan Sijun there, nice touch, just playing onto the red, played it nicely. No touching ball declared as well, so Ken can't really get too much distance between the cue ball and object ball here. Got to be careful of the middle pocket. Yeah, he's just avoided it. That's a pretty decent shot from where he was. May find himself in a bit of trouble after this shot though. It's a big target over the right side of this table where the pink and black are. And rest the cue ball, send the red up the table.
Ben Woollaston did win that fifth frame against Lucas Kleckers. There was a lot of playing on for snookers there from the German, but 4-1 to Woollaston as Ken Doherty knocks the red in. He'd have loved some sort of little kiss there, so the battle on the red is going to become the battle on the yellow.
Yeah, he's not had a look at the brown yet. He's obviously looking to try and just lay up behind the pink or black, but if he's got a little bit of angle on the brown, he could get over towards the yellow. Well, he's not entertaining it, choosing to keep it tight. Can't blame him for that.
Joe Perry's pulled one back against Mark Joyce, 3-2. It's all getting pretty tense, actually, which, of course, is what we pretty much expect here. Maguire, of course, has won the last two against O'Connor. Still 4-2 to Joe O'Connor there. And this is not going to hit. He's just sort of tying him up in knots here, Doherty. Yuan Sijun being made to really work in this frame.
Well, these penalty points are quite valuable, actually, because, as we've already mentioned, that green being tied up, Ken wants to obviously get as many as he can, put himself into a position. Don't expect Yuan Sijun to keep missing this yellow. It's quite straightforward, this escape. One cushion. He's trying to be quite accurate, though. It's a little bit of slide off the side cushion. Just got to take that into account. Expect him to hit it this time. And he hasn't. If anything, he's getting further away.
Well, we'll be back with this in due course, but there's a long way to go in this frame yet. But Stephen Maguire on the comeback trail against Joe O'Connor. 4-0 down. Was not happy. He conceded early in frame 4's hit back. He's just had a century. Now, that century he made in frame 6, that was his 99th in the UK Championship in all the years he's been playing. So one more and he'll be only the third player to make 100 in this tournament. The other two probably won't surprise you, Ronnie O'Sullivan and Stephen Hendry. So that is some company to be in for Maguire. But most importantly right now, he just wants to make this match a lot closer.
He just seems to be thinking a little more clearly out there now, Maguire. That interval couldn't have come at a better time for him. Needed to just get out of the arena and compose himself. And he has done. A great response after the interval, and this is now a lovely chance to claw another frame back.
Yeah, in all the years I've been watching Steve Maguire, sometimes it feels like he sort of needs to implode fully. Rather than just simmering, he needs to boil over and then sort of draw a line under it. And maybe that's what's happened here. At that interval, he knew that he would have to improve things in the second half, and he is doing. He's starting to score.
Joe O'Connor spent a lot of time in his seat after the interval, and that's what Maguire's got to continue to do to him. Keep him in his chair, freeze him out of this game. Okay, he's on 4 frames, Joe O'Connor, but Maguire has to keep him from getting to 5.
Thank you. 29.
"19 years now since Maguire won that title in 2004, playing just world-beating snooker in that period. Yuan Sijun and Ken Doherty still on that green, by the way. Ken 12 in front, 4-2 down, of course, in the match.
That's perfect. The 2 reds closest together on the right of the table will both pot into the left corner pocket, so Maguire can just screw across the face of them. 55 points in front, 60 with this blue. Both of these reds will do nicely.
43.
Yeah, this is like the calm after the storm. So that was effectively frame ball.
$51. 52. Pink ball.
Pink's going back on the spot, so that red to the left of the cue ball is not on. Little sigh from Stephen. He'll always let you know how he's feeling. Don't be surprised, though, if he knocks this in.
Yeah, and you can see what it means. He's really trying his hardest to clear the table here, but he's not going to do it at this visit.
58. And the front.
Good 58, though, and that's 3 on the spin. Steve Maguire right back in the match. Joe O'Connor now leads 4-3. Now then, they're still on the green here. We'll go back to Yuan Sijun and Ken Doherty. Yuan has had a go at it already. Here's another chance. Brown waiting, so this is a chance if he knocks this in to go 5-2 up.
Oh, how well has he hit that? What a pot that is from Yuan Sijun. Cued it very, very nicely. Brown and blue takes him level, so he does need the black. So pink to black is surely going to be the key shot here. Massive frame now. Ken desperately needs this one to keep his chances alive. Oh, he's not hit that one very well. He needs a bit of luck here, and he's not going to get it. Just potted that brown thick, which meant the cue ball didn't travel around the face of the blue, so this is very, very thin if he's going to take it on.
Yeah, and he needs all 3 balls.
That's a good pot. Very nicely done. He'd love to just be high of straight here, and I don't think he is. I think he's just low of straight, which means he can't get close to the black direct. May have to go in and out of balk, or just screw across the blue spot and try and leave the black from distance. Big shot coming up. Well, he was straight enough, and that's a pretty good attempt. So he's going to be playing this black with the rest, which makes it a little bit more difficult. But he just needs the black, and it's going to be a 5-2.
Yeah, huge moment in this match. After an epic battle in this frame. And in it goes. It's a long way back from here for Ken Doherty. That's a great frame to win. Tactical, you'd have fancied Doherty maybe, but it's gone to Yuan Sijun, who leads 5-2. Go back to table 1, where Joe Perry's on the comeback trail. I mean, he's only 3-1 down, but of course it was a lengthy 4th frame. But he won the 5th, and now, and of course he's made a century in the match as well. Now it's Mark Joyce at the table, trailing by 19. Now we can just show you shot just played just before we joined you.
7.
Yeah, cheeky little one that, using the green as a ball to pop the red off. It was a big pocket. Nicely played and navigated his way in and out of balk from the blue as well. So nice little chance this for Mark Joyce to extend this game.
A quiet season for Mark Joyce. Prize money just 11,500. Of course, he's guaranteed 10 for getting to York, so it's a little Christmas bonus apart from anything else. And as I say, we've been saying the last 2 days, just to be part of that draw, part of that tournament, such a boost of confidence with a chance to maybe have an extended run in the game's second biggest ranking event. Yeah, the Landywood Club in Walsall, that's where they had the recent World Billiards professional final. Well, the whole tournament there. And Peter Gilchrist beat David Corsier, defending champion in the final. Lovely club. Phil Yates was there, singing its praises. And young Stan Moody, I believe, is based there as well. Of course, just 17, new on tour this season.
Yeah, we also had the last Q Tour event, so it plays host to a lot of big tournaments, does Landywood.
33.
Great facility, really nice venue. This is a big chance now for Mark. He's played a few nice, delicate little positional shots in this break already. One being the shot to just flick the black out, so everything's there for him now. Well, that's not the best shot he's ever played. If he's not on the black there, this pink is a little tester to the left middle.
So Joyce with a good chance. We will be back with this table shortly, but I just want to go to table 4 because Ben Woollaston has made his move against Lucas Kleckers. And as we pick it up live, you can see he's got a great chance for 5-1 here.
Yeah, Kleckers was nicely in this frame, and he's missed a black high going into the pack. Didn't get anywhere near it, really. That's why the black's up near the brown spot. Referee Rob Spencer just seeing if this pink will spot. Big moments this. 5-1 and this game's all over for me. Ben's played pretty solid stuff today. Lucas has missed one too many though. Something which he didn't do in his previous round against Ryan Day. He was so clinical there. He's just not quite been able to replicate that level this morning.
Yeah, I think the occasion has certainly played its part because, you know, he's had it in his ears all morning about, you know, the first German to be in the main draw, all that sort of thing, and, you know, it must weigh a bit on you. Mark Joyce is broken down, by the way, on that table 1, so that frame's not done yet, but we're going to stay here for now.
22.
So he's going to need the red on the cushion. Well, he's going to need the pink first. That's unexpected.
22.
Well, answers on a postcard for that one. He didn't look too happy when he got up, but it never looked in that. What a miss that is from Ben Woollaston. Elementary pink just off the spot, doing nothing with the cue ball. Oh, there could be life left in this game yet.
Well, that red only just dropped. So the big shot here. Well, he's playing, it's the classic thing, divided concentration, playing to get on the red has missed the pot. So, drama here. We'll go back to table 1 though. Mark Joyce was in when we left it a few minutes ago. He broke down. Joe Perry's in. The green's on the cushion. So that's what this frame now is going to revolve around.
$24.
So pots the pink, leaves himself the yellow from distance. It's a pretty good angle here to try and snip this yellow in and try and make contact with that green over on the side cushion. Has he made contact? Oh, he has, but it's not enough, and that's a very good attempt from Joe Perry. Very close to just flicking out the green. Big moments here on table 1.
Yeah, and Ken Doherty fighting back on table 3, so as Perry's not on the green, let's go over there. Well, this is class from Ken, isn't it? You know, 5-2 down. He just lost what looked like a big frame, but he's fighting back. And already a snooker required here for Yuan Si-jun. This is all one break, by the way, so chance for
76.
a century.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Ken. He'll never give up. Never, ever give up out there. This has been a great visit. Important one. It's to stay in the match. Stranger things have happened, and the longer Ken can keep Yuan Si-jun out there under the cosh, he's got a chance.
85.
This is just vintage Ken, isn't it? Wouldn't it be good to see a century break?
Which proving, well, regardless of whether he wins the match or not, he can still play this game to a very high level. We've seen that already in the victories over Dwayne Jones and particularly Chris Wakelin.
Pop the red here, try and flick the red out with the pink. Well, he's played on the black for the century.
Yeah, nicely done from this great of our game.
100.
Still battling, you know, as I say, lost what was a tough frame to lose, but it's showing Yuan Si-jun that he can win frames in one visit. So 100 exactly from Ken Doherty. It's 5-3 to Yuan Si-jun. Let's go back to table 1, where they're on the green still. We saw Joe Perry just failed to bring it off the side cushion, so 11 points in front. Now, just to alert you, in about 5 or 6 minutes time, we will be doing the draw live for the last 32, so do stay with us for that. We will find out. There'll be a few either-ors, obviously, but you will be able to follow the action and find out who's playing who.
So this is trouble for Joe Perry because that black is cutting off the right side of the table. Brown is a pretty big ball coming from this way, so I'll be very accurate with this one. Trying to make contact in behind the green, and he's not got enough on it. So what's the damage? Now, will Mark Joyce take this on? I'm not sure he will. If he's dead straight, if he's got a little bit of angle, there's value in it. 7 points adrift at the moment. You've got to have a go at this. It's a chance to win the frame. Oh, very close. He's rattled the green. He got so close to that, and look where it's gone. Of course, when you get so close to a ball, you're just hoping it runs safe, and it hasn't. Joe Perry with a chance to level things up here on table 1.
Golden chance, just needs brown and blue. He was 3-1 down. He lost an hour-long fourth frame. But Joe Perry has dug in and then some.
Couldn't have got out of his chair any quicker there, Joe Perry.
12.
Yeah, so 3-3, and this match has got a long way left to go, you fancy. Now then, Joe O'Connor was 4-0 up to Stephen Maguire, who's hit back hard. He's had a century, a couple of other big breaks as well. But O'Connor 42 in front with a chance for 5-3 just to pull away again. It's still, by the way, 4-1 Woollaston over Cleckers. Cleckers is 7 points up there on the last red. Long safety battle there. So just to reiterate, the first round draw will be made 5 minutes from now. You can watch it live here, don't have to go anywhere. .56 the lead, so another red and colour needed for 5-3. And this is good from O'Connor because the pressure's come on. Maguire's put it on the way he's come back with that typically determined sort of manner that he has. This is the one to lead by 62 with 59 remaining. He's done well here, very well. That's a fine 67 from Joe O'Connor, exactly what he needed just to repel the Maguire comeback. So 5-3, match by no means done yet, but you just feel that's an important frame for Joe O'Connor to win. So that's the scene here. All the matches are continuing. It's a dramatic afternoon. Again, we've got Joe Perry 3-3 with Mark Joyce. Joe O'Connor 5-3 up over Stephen Maguire. Yuan Sijun 5-3 over Ken Doherty, and it's still 4-1 Ben Woollaston over Lucas Cleckers. I'm sure we'll have a few of the top 16 tuning in, even though they'll pretend that they're not, to see who they're going to play in the first round at York. And the good news is we're about to find out. So let's join Rob Walker in the studio.
Thanks very much, Dave. A huge sense of anticipation and excitement here. There has been blood, sweat and tears shed from these qualifiers in their bid to join the top 16 in the live draw, ready to go on Saturday afternoon. First up, Mark Allen will be playing, Mark Williams will be playing, a whole wealth of great winners and champions from down the years. It is one of the most prestigious events on the calendar. So it is time to do the draw. We have Leo Scullion, who refereed the 2012 UK Championship final. He's going to pull out the top 16, and we've grabbed Stephen Hallworth. He's going to put in for overtime, by the way, because he's now a ball drawer, a pundit, an analyst, and he's really enjoying his experience. Right then, Metaphorical drum roll, please. This is it, the MrQ UK Championship draw for 2023. Leo, first ball, if you please.
Number 15.
Number 15, Zhang Anda. What a victory in the International Championship. He's now second on the one-year list, and he will play, Stephen.
Number 29.
29, the winner of Elliot Slessor or David Lilly, the North-Eastern Derby, which is happening tonight. Couple of either-ors as we go through the draw.
Number 8.
Kyron Wilson, semi-finalist at the UK back in 2021. It'll be his 7th UK campaign in total. And he will play?
Number 24.
Will play Jamie Clark. Came through that late-night epic against Dave Gilbert yesterday evening. It was about quarter to midnight, and he was quite emotional.
Number 11.
John Higgins, 3 semi-finals already this season, 3 times a UK champion. I can't believe it was back in 2010 when he came from behind to beat Mark Williams. I think that was the last year we were in Telford, actually. And the 4-time world champion will play.
27.
Will play the winner of Joe O'Connor or Stephen Maguire. Joe O'Connor 5-3 up, but could it be an all-Scottish derby? Well, only if Stephen Maguire makes that comeback.
Number 16.
Tom Ford, the exceptionally handsome young man from Leicester, enjoying his first spell ranked in the world's top 16. And Tom will play?
Number 19.
Will play Nopon Siankam, 4 times a ranking event semi-finalist. He's back for a 6th appearance in the last 32 of the UK. He was absolutely over the moon after his victory yesterday. His young daughter, Believe, is over with him at the moment.
Number 1.
Mark Allen, the reigning champion, who has just stormed to a 2nd Champ of Champs title live on ITV, beating this season's outstanding performer, Judd Trump. He's first up 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon at the Barbican. And Mark Allen will play?
17.
You are kidding me. 17. Oh, my gosh, that's ridiculous. We were joking about it in the commentary box. It's a rerun of last year's final in the first round. Mark Allen against Ding Junhui. That is incredible. Even Ivan Hershevitz, down to my right-hand side, who never gets excited about anything, is busy scribbling on a piece of paper. That is ridiculous.
Scenes. Absolute scenes.
Number 6.
Number 6, Neil Robertson. 3 times a UK champion, 13, 15, and that late-night epic. Well, it was early morning, wasn't it? About 1:30 at Milton Keynes in 2020. And Robbo will play?
30.
Will play the winner of Zhao Yulong or Ian Burns. Ian Burns has won 3 matches already. Zhao Yulong made the semis in 2020. They play tonight. I still can't get over that. Mark Allen against Ding Junhui.
Number 3.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, Tuesday afternoon, world number 1, 7 times a UK champion. And the Rocket will play, Stephen.
Number 18.
Will play Anthony McGill, who beat Anthony Hamilton last night, twice a quarter-finalist. McGill will be up for that one. Who could ever forget that fantastic decider they played at the World Championship? Was it 2nd round a couple of years ago? McGill played wonderfully in that match.
Number 12.
Barry Hawkins, one of this season's outstanding performers. Brilliant win at the European Masters. That was his first title in about 6 years since he won the World Grand Prix in 17. And the Hawk will play?
Number 25.
Will play Lucas Kleckers or Ben Woollaston. Ben Woollaston is comfortably ahead at the moment. Kleckers bidding to become the first German to make it into the last 32. But he's on a little bit of a mountain to climb at the moment. Woollaston's looking good.
Number 2.
Luca Brecel, the reigning world champion, runner-up in the UK final in 2021. He'll play on Sunday afternoon, by the way. And the Belgian Bullet will be up against
28.
the winner of Wan Si-jun and Ken Doherty. Ken Doherty bidding to make it back to the last 32 at the Barbican for the first time in 10 years. Under the cosh, but a great century, has just reduced his arrears to 5-3.
Number 5.
Mark Selby, twice a UK champion. The parties after his victory, overseen by this guy in 2012, were legendary. I think we finished at dawn, and Selby will play.
26.
Will play the winner of Joe Perry or Mark Joyce. Joe Perry has just drawn level at 3 apiece. He was 3-1 down. Cracking end to that match.
Number 7.
Sean Murphy, winner back in 2008, runner-up in 2012 to Mark Selby, and 2017 as well.
32.
And the Magician will play the winner of Scott Donaldson and Hussein Vafai, who play tonight. Hussein Vafai beat Martin O'Donnell, the MOD, 6-0. in his qualifying, and he's beaten Mark Selby twice in the last couple of years at the UK's.
Number 10.
Ali Carter, twice a World Championship runner-up, the reigning German Masters champion, reached the Players' Championship final in a fabulous February earlier this year.
20.
Will play... Go again?
Number 20.
20. Will play Matt Selt, who beat Liu Hao Chan in a rerun of the Indian Open final from 2019.
Number 13.
Jack Lazowski, semi-finalist last year, great run to the last four. Semi-finalist in this season's Northern Ireland Open, 6 times the ranking event runner-up, and one of the most talented players you could wish to watch.
23.
We'll play Jamie Jones, quarter-finalist in 2016, and Jamie was absolutely over the moon to come through yesterday, one of the 2 Welshmen to make it through Judgment Day Part 1.
Number 9.
Mark Williams, Saturday afternoon, champion. Can you believe it was 1999? Winner as well in 02 and runner-up when Higgins came back at him at Telford in 2010.
21.
We'll play Fan Zhengyi, European Masters champion last year, who beat Michael White yesterday. And funnily enough, it'll be his first appearance in the last 32 of the UK. Youth against experience.
Number 14.
Rob Milkins, reigning Welsh Open champion. Brilliant to see him enjoying his spell in the world's top 16. And the Milkman will play...
22.
We'll play Tepchire Anu. Wow, that's going to be a really entertaining match. Tepchire beat Ricky Walton. Only his second appearance in the last 32 of the UK. Finished the match with a century.
Finally. Number 4.
Judd Trump, arguably this season's outstanding performer with 3 titles and 2 finals. He could potentially get a century of centuries this season. That's how prolific he's been so far in the campaign.
He will play number 31.
We'll play Pang Jung-yu or Craig Steadman. Craig Steadman is in the draw as a reserve. Pang Jung-yu, a runner-up here at the Morningside in the Classic that was earlier this year in March. So I just can't get over it. Stephen, well, I'm going to lean across Leo just for a second. Ivan, if you pass me that piece of paper, we've got to start. We were joking in the commentary box. Mark Allen against Ding Junhui, last year's final. I think Ding was 6-1 up, and then Allen came back to win. Was it 10-7? Ding only got one further frame. It was an incredible final. And can you believe it? They're in the first round proper at the Barbican. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, you just can't write it, can you? You know, that is going to be a big spectacle on Saturday. As you say, Ding's looking to go one better. We've mentioned all week how well Ding has played in the qualifiers and that no one will want to draw him. Who better to draw him than the defending champion?
And especially riding high off the confidence of beating Judd so comprehensively in the Champ of Champs final. So just a quick recap. I know Dave Hendon's going to be licking his lips with anticipation. You'll be able to hear every ball, every frame from him on Eurosport. Tom Ford against Noppon Siankam. Mark Williams, we mentioned. It's the ageing warrior. Still got a little touch of magic in the end of that queue against Fan Zhengyi, last year's European Masters champion. Remember, he beat Ronaldo at 10-9 in a thriller. Kyron Wilson against Jamie Clark. Looking forward to that one. Mark Selby up against either Joe Perry or Mark Joyce. They were 3 apiece. We'll get back to that very shortly. Barry Hawkins against possibly Ben Woollaston, who's 4-1 up against Lucas Kleckers. Lazowski against Jamie Jones will be a hugely entertaining match. Judd Trump takes on Pang Jung-yu or Craig Steadman. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Anthony McGill. When they played at the World Championships, it went all the way to a decider. Milkins against Tepchire Anu will be a tremendously entertaining match. Really looking forward to that one. And if Stephen Maguire can mount some kind of comeback against Joe O'Connor, 5-3 down at the last check, he would play John Higgins. He practices with Higgins in the unit, but equally, Joe O'Connor only 1 away from that match against the 4-time world champion. Neil Robertson against Zhou Yulong or Ian Burns. Murphy possibly up against either Hussein Vafai or Scott Donaldson. Ali Carter against Matt Selt. Zhang Andrew, who won the international championship, will play the winner of Elliot Slessor or Dave Lilly. And Luca Bracel against Si Junwan or Ken Doherty. Dave, we are seriously looking forward to that start. And that is ridiculous. You need an early night on Friday because 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, I reckon you're going to be commentator number 1 on Allen against Ding Junhui. That is an insane way to start what will be 9 days of truly world-class snooker. Bring it on.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it, that that's come out? And any players not happy with that draw, you can blame Leo and Stephen, of course, because they drew the balls out. Yeah, Mark Allen, Ding to come. Now then, Yuan Si Jun closing in here on victory over Ken Doherty Ken had that rally in the 8th frame, but as you can see, Yuan on the victory lap. This is a century from him. Excellent stuff to finish off. And he's going to be our first qualifier of the afternoon. Not to be for Ken. He gave it his all. He played some nice stuff, actually. And he had a great run, but he will be in the BBC commentary box and studio rather than playing in the final stages in York. Yuan Sijun, we know now, will play Luca Brissell, the world champion, in the first round in York. It's a terrific clearance from Yuan Sijun. Warm words from Ken Doherty, and he's our first qualifier. Just to say, Ben Woollaston did win that 6th frame against Lucas Kleckers 5-1. We're at table 1 now. Mark Joyce, this is a real seesaw battle. He led 3-1 against Joe Perry. Perry came back to 3-3. But Mark Joyce has just won the 7th frame. Yeah, 64 break from Mark Joyce. But you just get the feeling this is going to be probably right to the wire stuff between these two. Still 5-3, Joe O'Connor over Steve Maguire. As I say, it's just gone 5-1. Ben Woollaston over Lucas Kleckers. Yuan Sijun has won. And the man who's drawn out, Mark Allen, to play Ding Junhui, he's back. Stephen, that was quite something.
Yeah, what a spectacle that will be come Saturday. You could not write it, could you? Myself and Rob were joking earlier about, you know, if they was to meet again. Of course, a great final last season. What a Saturday afternoon at the Barbican you've got in store. Brilliant stuff. There's some really good matches, actually, that have just been pulled out there. Some very intriguing ones as well.
Yeah, in terms of the winner of this match, as that red just stays out, they will play Mark Selby. So it's going to be a tough assignment, whoever comes through. I'll just run down the draw again, for those of you who maybe just tuned in too late or weren't paying attention. Yeah, Mark Allen, Ding Junhui, that's the first match on Saturday. I mean, it could not start any better, really, could it? Tom Ford, Noppen Sengam, Mark Williams, Fang Zhengyi, Kyron Wilson against Jamie Clark, Mark Selby against either Perry or Joyce here. Barry Hawkins against Ben Woollaston or Lucas Kleckers. Looks likely to be Woollaston. We've got Jack Lazowski against Jamie Jones, Judd Trump against Pang Jung-Zhu or Craig Steadman. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Anthony McGill. They played recently in China, actually, in the International Championship. O'Sullivan won 6-2 there. Rob Milkins against Tepchara Nu. John Higgins against Maguire or O'Connor. Neil Robertson against Show Yulong or Ian Burns. Sean Murphy against Hussein Vafai or Scott Donaldson. Ali Carter against Matt Selt. Zhang Andra against Elliot Slesser or David Lilly, and Luca Brissell will play Yuan Sijun.
And it's what it's all come down to.
8.
This last week of qualifying here in Leicester, all roads lead to the Barbican. Still plenty of action going on throughout the arena. Some great matches to come tonight as well. You don't want to miss it.
Nine.
Well, we'll keep up to date with table 1, but Joe O'Connor, who won that 8th frame to just pull away from Maguire. Remember, it was 4-0 O'Connor, 4-3, 5-3, and he is in now, as you can see, 15 in front, and this would be a great win if he could go on to complete it, get himself into that main draw to take on John Higgins, who's had a couple of wins over down the years. Well, it wasn't clean, but it's gone in.
Yeah, that was a pressure pot for Joe O'Connor. Had to do a little bit of work with the cue ball there, and he did just nearly came across it. Red just wriggles in. Of course, he's landed wrong side of the blue, so can't get close to the reds. Well, he's made a very good attempt there to get down the table, and he's got a red to right middle. And in taking it on, he may not be leaving anything other than the other red that he's taking on. Sorry, so there's value in the shot. 21 points in front. You can pop this and get a nice angle on the black and get into the reds. This is a match-winning chance. Still from the jaws of that left corner pocket. This is a very, very tough pot. Oh, Joe O'Connor, what a pot that is. Brilliant, brilliant pot to the middle from Joe O'Connor.
We've seen a few of those sort of shots from him today, haven't we? You know, just steeling himself for the big shot. And this was another one. Beautiful. Got to be so precise.
Yeah, and he's come a little bit straight on the black, it seems, so unless the red goes up into the balk pockets, he's got another good shot to play here. Maybe trying to play this with immense topspin, try and get into the pack. This will be some shot. This will be some shot. Oh, what a shot he's played there. Fantastic.
45.
Here's another look at that. He's played that with so much topspin. He's like arcing the cue ball into the side cushion. It's almost a bit of an exhibition shot, and it's far from an exhibition out there at the moment. The pressure is outstanding out there. Joe O'Connor is standing up to it. This will be a superb clearance.
Yeah, I mean, when we picked it up, when we came across, you know, he had so much work to do, but he's doing it. He's 30 in front, 37 with the black. Couple more reds needed for a famous win. Not been the best season for Joe O'Connor, but maybe it's getting better here.
He just oozes composure, doesn't he, Joe? He just looks so unflustered, unflappable out there. He's a few pots away from a really, really good victory against Stephen Maguire. Twice already this season he's lost to Maguire. 4-0 up in this game. It was starting to look very nervy, and that shot was a little bit nervy, actually. He's landed wrong side of the blue there when he had all the room in the world to get top side. What a performance so far from the young man from Leicester. Just needs a few more good shots here.
Yeah, 2 more pots, actually, so he needs to get on the next red.
It's frustrating that he's landed low on the blue there because, as I say, there was so much room to get up there. He just didn't quite get through the cue ball enough, didn't hit the shot hard enough. Probably just feeling the tension. You wouldn't think it if you looked at him, but he must be feeling it out there. He wouldn't be human if he didn't. Yeah, it's another tough one because, again, he needs to arc the cue ball. The ideal path is to just miss the brown and then just miss the middle pocket. He just wants any sort of shot at this red. If he can get close to it, great, but they both pot into this right corner pocket.
Pink ball.
So choosing to play the more difficult pink. 2 cushions down the table for the red. Needs that cue ball to run on. Needs it to run on.
Yeah, this is the last big shot coming up, isn't it? Because it will put him to the snooker's required stage. He's played so many in this match, including in this frame. Has he got one more up his sleeve?
It would be very fitting to see him knock this in because he's played some superb shots throughout this break. He just needs one more here. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball, just fully focus on potting the red. Ooh, that was a bad one. He's come across it. It was a very tough pot. Now, is there going to be one final twist in this game?
Well, everything is kind of on, isn't it? I know there's one slightly awkward red, but the fact is the match could have been over. Joe Perry's levelled up 4 each with Mark Joyce, so that is heading for a pretty thrilling finish. It's still 5-1 Ben Woollaston over Lucas Kleckers, but we must stay with this one because this is where the drama is happening right now. Maguire could have been out there. Looking at the scores, any colour will do. It's 43 behind, 43 on, but of course there's a colour to come. Yellow it is, so he's not got much leeway now with colours. He'll be 41 behind with 43 on, potting this yellow.
Please be quiet when players on the shot, please.
Referee Ben Williams just asking a couple of spectators to try and curb their own excitement. There's Joe Perry, he's just gone 4 each with Joyce. Well, he can take one pink and then a black. That's what he needs if he's going to win this frame by a single point.
Yeah, he really needs to get on the black from this red in open play, because if he pots this and then gets on the pink now, it'd be a very, very tall order for him to pot that red down the rail and get up for the black. So well, he is going to pot the pink here, and he's the wrong side of it as well. Maybe looking at just potting this pink and the chance of playing the back double into the black bag, get the cue ball up the table. Very aggressive shot, this. Clutching at straw, Jobby. He's got to try and make something happen. He needs the black off this red. Nothing else will do. So just a safety shot. And again, frame coming down to this final red. Joe O'Connor's just got to be very careful here. Try and keep this red ball as safe as possible. Doesn't want to leave even a glimmer of hope for Maguire to take it on and get on the black.
He knows that every shot could be his last. He cannot afford to leave this red on, Maguire. Where's it going? Where's the red going?
Oh, this is not a good shot from Stephen Maguire. He needs to get very lucky here, and he's not going to.
Well, Joe O'Connor had the chance earlier. He didn't get close, but you fancy him for this one. This is effectively for victory and a place against John Higgins, the 3 times champion in York. He made all the running to 4-0. Maguire hit back strong, so in the end it's a good win for Joe O'Connor because he was put under pressure, but Maguire will be really disappointed with that last shot. I think he'll play on, assuming nothing goes in here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the shot selection on the blue. I think just try and pop the pink into the left middle here. Just take the points. Well, he's got nowhere near it. Maguire will play on here just because Joe's just made sure of that red. He made no attempt to get on a colour, so Maguire will feel obliged to carry on.
This is where Maguire wants to channel the man that the winner will play, John Higgins, in terms of getting a couple of nasty snookers. It's not quite a snooker. Well, drama here and drama on table 4 as well, where Ben Woollaston is 5-1 up with a chance, 35 in front against Lucas Kleckers. O'Connor doesn't pot the yellow, but can Ben Woollaston get this wrapped up in the next few minutes?
Quite an emphatic performance on table 4 from Ben Woollaston. You know what you're going to get with him. He's a solid match player, and you know he's one of them you've got to scrape off the table at times. Just seems to do enough in his matches. Lucas Kleckers has not really been at the races today. Struggled, and when he's got in, he's not made the best of his opportunities. Real chance now, Ben, to just close this match out.
Meanwhile, O'Connor's in a snooker, but he's managed to hit the yellow. Yeah, remind us of that breakfast you had with him, Stephen. It seems to have done the trick.
Yeah, well, if he wins, it'll be the breakfast of champions, won't it? We had a double sourdough toast with a bit of smashed avocado, a couple of poached eggs. Absolutely tremendous.
There you go, that's the secret. So 45 the lead. This next red becomes match ball for Ben Woollaston. You can see O'Connor's in another snooker. Well, get us close to the side cushion. It's quite a big target, but there's a long distance to travel here with the cue ball. Meanwhile, Woollaston looking at the red for victory. So the two Leicester men on the brink here. Not a nice shot for O'Connor, is it?
No, he's bridging over, and easy to put a bit of side on that. I think he's okay. He's played a good one.
And Ben Woollaston has potted what is effectively match ball. Lucas Kleckers has struggled. It was a big occasion for him. He was looking to become the first German to reach the last 32 of the UK Championship. But it's been a good few days from him. He had that great win over Ryan Day in particular. Rod Lawler as well. So a lot of confidence for him. But right now he needs a snooker, and he's in one. Maguire is playing for snookers here, 33 behind with 25 on. And Kleckers has left a red on. So that's it, all over. Ben Woollaston, great win for him. It's been a difficult period for him this season since he got to the last 16 of the European Masters back in August, but he's going to be going to York, and he's going to be playing Barry Hawkins, one of the players of the season, in the first round, the last 32 in a few days' time. Maguire having a bit of a hit and hope here. My word, he'll be happy enough with that. Unless the white goes in, he's okay. Well, that was sort of last chance saloon stuff, but it's finished good, actually. It might even be a snooker.
Yeah, fair play to Ben. As we've already mentioned, a tricky start to the season. This could be the tournament that turns things around for him. Hope it does. He's a lovely lad. He's a great player as well.
25.
So, well done to Ben Woollaston. It was a long match. 6-1 sounds comfortable. It was a battle, but he's won the battle. He'll play Barry Hawkins in York. We'll go back to the other Leicester man here, Joe O'Connor, who...
Oh, where's the pink going?
Oh,
Where's the
no.
pink going? Oh!
Well, that would have been a bit of a sickener, although he still... Maguire still would have needed a snooker, but certainly you don't want that going in. Just a sense that things can still happen here.
Yeah, you're never safe until that final ball is potted and that hand is shaken. Chance for Joe, but he's got to be mindful of the in-off in the middle, right middle. Yeah, it was close, so that's why he's played it at that pace.
Just desperate to see the ball go in. Quiet. Last chance saloon. Very much for him, but he's sort of got the bit between his teeth. Potted the green.
Yeah, his options are running out here, Stephen Maguire. He's only got 2 balls in open play that he can try and get in behind. So it really is last chance saloon. This is not a bad effort. That's a pretty good shot from where he was. That was all about pace. Played it to perfection.
Okay, well, O'Connor's nearly there. We'll just watch this shot and then we'll hear from Ben Woollaston. He's been put through it, isn't he? He's not sort of dashing through the winning line, but he's still favourite as long as he can hit this brown. And he has done. So we'll be back with this shortly, but let's hear from Ben Woollaston, Leicester's own. He's speaking to Rob.
Thanks very much, Dave. And by the way, you can just keep half an eye on that match just down in the screen. But, Ben Woollaston, you've had a torrid start to the season. That win and that run, 3 matches on the spin. You are playing at the Barbican. Maybe your season could turn around.
Yeah, I hope so. I actually started okay in the first 2 tournaments of the season, but then I think I've lost 5 or 6 matches in a row, which I've never done, I don't think, ever as a professional. So the first match was big for me, and then I felt really good after that.
And, I mean, I know you were walked over to the interview position by Ivan Hershevitz. Do you know who you're playing?
No idea. You can tell me if you
Barry
know.
Hawkins.
Right, okay. Do you know what day that is?
No, I don't at the moment. They are still figuring that out. But listen, it's a fantastic victory. And I think a lot of neutrals are really happy for you, not just because you've done it here in Leicester, keeping half an eye on that, but also, you know, because it's taken you a long time to feel healthy and well again. You know, this is an important victory for you, and a lot of neutrals are happy for that reason.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm still not there, but the last 3 or 4 months I have started practicing with people because I couldn't play all day, but I still have days, like when I won Tuesday I was like totally wiped out on Wednesday, and I was grateful that there was a day's gap because I might have struggled if it was yesterday. Yeah.
But overall, are you feeling as though your health and your game are heading in the right direction, slowly and surely?
Yeah, health is, it's probably been the same for maybe 6 months mainly, but it's definitely better than I was last year, definitely.
Well, listen, everyone's really delighted with that, and it's a fantastic run. You are back in the last 32 of the UK Championship once again for the 6th time in your career. And I remember,
many, is it?
yeah, 6. That's pretty good going, isn't it? And there's, you know, there's an added razzmatazz around the UK champs. You know, we come through Judgment Day, and there'll be a really special feeling when you walk down those stairs.
I watched it last year, and it did look very special. It looked more special than, you know, the normal UK. So.
And by the way, it is. And I'm just being told you will play Monday afternoon, 1 o'clock against Barry Hawkins. So there you go. You've got a couple of days to rest. So many, many congratulations, Ben. Let's get straight back to commentary and see whether your Leicester friend and compatriot can get across the line against Stephen Maguire. Remember, they don't know that it's John Higgins for the winner of that one. But Ben, many congratulations. See you in York.
Thanks. Cheers.
Yeah, well done, Ben. And let's see, as Rob says, if Joe O'Connor can join him. 30 in it, 22 on. So it's a tall order, 2 snookers to tie. Well, he's potted the brown, so he's running out of balls to snooker behind with the pink over the pocket. He's decided to take it down to 2 to win, but well, we'll see if that's a winning strategy or not. As I say, the pink's over the pocket, so that's ruled out. Pushing the blue over it. Or trying to. Well, that black is not in a great spot for snookers, so maybe the best hope is to get the blue over the pink. I remember years ago in the Northern Ireland Open final, Mark King and Barry Hawkins, the black was over the pocket and Mark King managed to get the pink on top of it and force Hawkins into knocking it in, but it took a long time.
Yeah, he's got to carry on here, Maguire. He just can't bring himself to concede, but there's virtually no chance of him getting the snookers. Where that black is now in the middle of the table, Joe's just going to keep leaving distance between cue ball and object ball, which makes it even harder. The only hope is Maguire can get that blue touching that pink, which in itself is a very difficult shot to do. Well, he's pushed the black into a corner, which is definitely in Maguire's favour. There is a glimmer of hope now because it's a lot easier to get the cue ball in behind that black now than it being in the middle of the table. So just try and buy himself a couple of shots here until Joe can leave him a shot where he can try and get the cue ball over there.
Just to say, Mark Joyce is close to a 5-4 lead over Joe Perry. That'll be the last match on, assuming O'Connor does win this here. Yeah, we've seen too much drama in the last couple of days to just write this off yet. If you could get a really good one in behind the black and then get the one snooker, it would put pressure on. This is close.
Yeah, good chance to get the blue close to the pink as well. This is very good. Oh, he's just not managed to get tight enough.
Yeah, that could have been nasty, actually. Then you got all sorts of thoughts in your mind. The pink going in. You can see Joe Perry keeping watch there. Prefers this table to his own at the moment, as it looks like 5-4 Joyce. Steady. Oh. Well, he's got the snooker.
Yeah, and that is a really tough one now, I think, because it's not an easy swerve round the black. What a shot he's played there, by the way, Stephen Maguire. Need so much control with that shot to get the right amount of purchase on the cue ball to get it over towards the black. Great effort. Of course, he has got a little bit of a safety blanket, Joe, because Maguire does need a couple. But that was a really nice shot he's played there. Can just say as well that Mark Joyce did clear the table over on table 1, so he's going to be taking a 5-4 lead against Joe Perry, 1 away from booking his place at the Barbican.
Oh, he's gone round it. So that's one of them. What an effort from Maguire. He's got one of the two. Now he will believe he could turn this around.
Yeah, and he's got a chance here. He can send the blue twice across, get it in the middle of the port cushion. Cue ball up down the black. Oh, he needs that blue to pull up. Needs that blue to pull up. That's not the best shot he's ever played because that was a big chance. He definitely had one eye on where that blue was going there. He was very conscious of sending it over that yellow pocket.
Kind of horrible, isn't it, for Joe O'Connor? You know, he had 1 foot in the next round. Now, not quite so secure. This cue ball's close to the pocket. It's okay. He's flicked the black. And it is a snooker, I think. Wow.
Yeah, a couple of moments ago, Joe O'Connor is... all the pressure will have just left him. And now he'll be... he'll be in bits again, probably, because Maguire's going to keep trying. And why not, you know? It's last chance saloon for him. He's already got one snooker. He's got Joe in another. And this is not an easy shot to hit. Pretty full ball to the black, which makes the swerve very difficult. May have to come off a cushion, and as we know, that is also very difficult.
Yeah, and of course the pink's unmissable. If he leaves the blue on, the pink's unmissable, and the black's potable as well. So this is pressure, all right.
Yeah, the shot he's played, the cue ball's just flicked the black a little bit more into open play as well. So what big moments we've got coming up here. Surely this can't go to a respot. I just can't take it, Dave.
Might have to. Great hit. That's a great shot. Under pressure.
Yeah, very good. Very, very good from Joe O'Connor. That was missable, and he's played it nicely. Nice and controlled. Notice as well the pace that he played that shot at. Had he had missed the blue, no.
Hang on. Oh, it's held up. Wow. Don't you just love it? Joe O'Connor, I suspect, doesn't right now.
Needs to be careful as well, just coming off the side cushion. He's got to make contact with this perfectly because that pink is very, very dangerous. Doesn't want to flick off the blue and catch the pink. Alternatively, he doesn't want to go too far close to the blue and catch the underside and then flick the pink, because surely any contact there will send it in. He's got to hit this blue pretty full. Taking his time just to make absolute certain he knows where he's making contact here. Doesn't want this cue ball to drift either.
Oh! Oh dear. Is there a paramedic on site?
A little smile from Maguire because that was dangerously close to the pink. He was almost steering that blue into the pink. Oh, we'd have loved to have seen that, because if he'd have made contact there, that would have been enough for Maguire to win if the pink had have dropped. Just going around the ball end to try and find the step ladder, because he's going to need one here. This is a big stretch. You've got the extension on the cue and then the extension on the extension. What do you do here then? You'd love to just tickle the blue next to the pink. Yeah, you couldn't really risk it. So just coming up the underside of it.
Remember, Maguire needed the 2 snookers. He got one of them successfully. He's had O'Connor in all sorts of bother since. The audience there are riveted by this. So there's only 2 matches left on. There's this one and Perry Joyce. It's 5-4 to Mark Joyce on table 1. That's been a real battle. We can just take you over there because we're going to keep this on the screen as well, but we want to show you Mark Joyce is in with a chance here early on. 32-0 up, 5-4 up with a chance to qualify and take on the great Mark Selby, twice UK champion in the first round. O'Connor, is he going to play the double here? Can he take another frame if it comes to that? He looked over.
33.
Is this the time to mention it's 5 reds, 5 blacks for Mark Joyce?
Got one eye on O'Connor. This should be that. He can just roll the blue over the hole here, preferably in it. Maguire's not played the best safety shot, and that's going to be that.
Well, he'll be so relieved because that got very, very sticky in the end. But Joe O'Connor, it's a great win. Stephen Maguire is a bit of a form horse in this UK Championship, but he's not going to be in York this year. It's going to be Joe O'Connor taking on John Higgins, the 3 times UK champion, in round 1. He's got a couple of good wins over Higgins to call on as well. So it's been a good afternoon for the home players here in Leicester. Ben Woollaston through, and now Joe O'Connor joins him, of course. Mark Selby and Tom Ford, two of the Leicester men, seeded into the event as well. So we'll hear from Joe in due course, but now we're going to concentrate on this final match. Mark Joyce still going. This is his 6th black. But he just wants to win the match here any way he can, because it's been
48.
a battle royal. There was an hour-long frame that he actually won, frame 4, just before the interval. He did 3-1. Perry has hit back, but it's in his hands here, Joyce, certainly to build up a nice lead in this frame. He's missed that, though, so not not over yet. Joe Perry out of his chair quickly, 48 behind. Joyce just checking that red doesn't cut, but that was his chance to get it won, his first chance. So this frame clearly in the balance. Mark Joyce 48 in front, but Joe O'Connor, I'm sure, is very relieved to have booked his place in the draw to take on John Higgins next week. Let's hear from him now. He's with Rob.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yes, in the space of, 15 minutes, 2 Leicester Cumen have joined 2 others, because remember, Selby and Ford were there automatically, and Ben Woollaston is through, and so too Joe O'Connor. Joe, got a little bit nervy towards the end there. Maguire dug in.
Yeah, I've made a good break to go 5-3, and I thought, I made, I think, a 60-ish in the last frame there, and I thought, maybe that's just enough, but he dug in well and, put me in all sorts of trouble for the end there.
And you never know quite what you're going to get with Stephen. You raced to a 4-0 lead. He had the early concession before the mid-sesh break, but then that seemed to come at the right time for him, because all of a sudden, 3 in a row, and he's such a dangerous opponent. So he dragged his way back into contention, and that, he got one of the 2 snookers he needed there on the blue, and it was fascinating viewing, but nervy from your perspective, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I played well. I feel like I'm playing well, the last sort of few weeks, and started off well, 4-0, and then felt like I didn't really pot a ball for about half hour, 45 minutes, and before I know it, it's 4-3. And I'm thinking, okay, right, I need to sort of do something here, and I've managed to make a little break, and I think that just gave me a bit of a gap again, and that was nice, yeah.
An important run of victories here, because you had a fantastic season last year, just on the pre-side of Christmas, reaching the Scottish final, and then a wonderful run live on ITV to the semis of the Players' Champs. Things haven't quite gone that well at the start of this season, but now you're in the last 32 of the Barbican. You've got 10,000 ranking points and pounds. This could be the beginning of some decent form.
Yeah, you know, I've not played terrible all season. I keep running into Maguire, and that's the first time I've beaten him this season, so that's a nice little win. But yeah, no, it's nice to get back into York. I've not played there for a couple of years now, so it's a great venue and a great tournament.
And I know Ivan Hershvitz has walked you over here from the playing table. Have you asked him who you've got, or you don't know yet?
No. Has it been done?
Yes.
Go on, break the news.
He practices with Maguire. John Higgins.
Really?
You've got John Higgins, which I believe is on Tuesday afternoon. It'll be a cracking atmosphere. I think Ronnie and McGill are on the other table, and what a match that'll be. You know, they went to a decider in the second round a couple of years ago at the Crucible. So yeah, you've got John Higgins. So it's going to be a wonderful occasion between the two of you. And how amazing is this for Leicester, not only to host these world-class qualifiers, and the Morningside's becoming an important part of the snooker calendar. 4 boys from Leicester in the last 32. It's fantastic, especially now that Tom is up in the top 16 for the first time.
Yeah, he's playing great this season, and you know, rightly so. You know, he deserves to be in the top 16. He's a very talented player, and it's nice to be there at the later stages with him.
And has he given you a ride yet in that very fancy Range Rover that he won, which is ridiculous, by the way? Have a look on YouTube. Tom Ford is one of the most downbeat characters. The cup is always half empty, and he won this Range Rover or Land Rover that's worth over 100 grand. It's ludicrous. Have you had a ride in the car? Is it impressive?
Yes, it's phenomenal engineering. Yeah, brilliant piece of kit, and he's managed. I think he gave me one drive in it actually. Which was nice to drive such an expensive car. But
well, he's getting generous in his old age, and he's got such a big car. All 4 of you could travel up in that.
He only gave me one go, though.
Well, I mean, anything more, you'd be like getting blood out of the stone. Anyway, listen, it's brilliant to have 4 guys from Leicester in the draw for the last 32. That was a very hard-fought win over a former UK champion. You know, Maguire's got a wonderful record at the UK champs, not just winning it in 04, but he's been in a couple of finals against Ding a few years ago. Congratulations. Let's hope it's the start of a great run of form. See you against Higgins on Tuesday.
Cheers, thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, great stuff. So, Joe O'Connor is in the draw. This is just a quick recap before we go back, just double-checking the score. Still a fair way to go there between Perry and Joyce. That's the last match going on. Just a quick recap on the draw and the matches to come. Mark Allen against Ding Junhui. I mean, what a match that is going to be. That is a rerun of last year's final, and they're meeting in the first round. Tom Ford, we mentioned the Leicester Cuman, there as of right. Set a record, by the way, the longest gap between turning pro and being ranked in the top 16 up against Noppon Siankam, who was quite emotional after his victory yesterday. Mark Williams, a multiple UK champion, up against Fang Zhengyi. Remember, Fang Zhengyi won the European Masters 10-9 against Ronnie last year. Kyron Wilson will take on Jamie Clark. Kyron's gone deep a couple of times, beat Ronnie at the Barbican in a very, very big match. I think he had a big lead and came back to win it in a decider. Jamie Clark beating Dave Gilbert last night. Mark Selby will play Joe Perry or Mark Joyce. Mark Joyce still leading by 53 points, 5-4 up. Is it going to go to a decider? Hawkins against Ben Woollaston. Ben Woollaston, we've just seen him beat Lucas Kleckers, and he's had an awful time with illness away from the table. Lazowski against Jamie Jones. Well, Jamie Jones made the quarters back in 16, and he'll fancy a crack at the jackpot. He really will. Judd Trump, arguably the player of the season. Incredible. 3 titles, 5 finals. And I think, Hendo will correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's already had as many centuries this season before Christmas as he had for the whole of the previous campaign. And he's got half a chance of reaching a century of centuries and maybe his 1,000th career century, maybe towards the Crucible. So he'll be playing Pang Zhengyu or Craig Steadman. Craig Steadman was a reserve on the list. So that's the top half of the draw. Some wonderful matches to come in the bottom. O'Sullivan against McGill. We're really looking forward to that one. It's on Tuesday afternoon. McGill beat Anthony Hamilton. He's got that graphite cue and he's got the distinctive glove, and he'll fancy the job against O'Sullivan. Rob Milkins against Tepchai Anu. I think that could be one of the most entertaining and one of the fastest first round matches at the Barbican. Looking forward to that. We've just been talking to Joe O'Connor, who will face John Higgins. Neil Robertson against Zhou Yulong or Ian Burns. They will play this evening. Zhou Yulong's made the semis here a couple of years ago. Sean Murphy against Scott Donaldson or Hossein Vafai. Donaldson and Vafai play this evening. And remember, Hossein has beaten Mark Selby the last 2 years at the Barbican. Carter against Matt Selt, reigning German Masters champion against the former Indian Open winner and their practice partners. Zhang Anda is the newly crowned international championship winner. He's 2 on the 1-year list because I think he picked up 175 grand for that one. And he'll face the winner of the Northeastern Derby, Elliot Slesser or David Lilly. And then Luca Bracel will play Wan Si-jun, who was very impressive in beating Ken Doherty and denying the darling of Dublin a return to the last 32 at the Barbican for what would have been the first time in 10 years. So, Mark Joyce, 5-4 up against Joe Perry. This is the last of the afternoon matches on Judgment Day Part 2. And Hendo, I believe Joyce is back in the balls.
Well, not quite. He's actually in a bit of trouble because he just missed twice. Now, the question is, can he see one full? Yeah, he's been warned here. He's got to hit a red, otherwise it's 5 each. He's missed twice. He can see the red full on the left-hand side, I assume. Just got to make sure he hits it. But he's still left one on. He was in on 48, wasn't he? Missed that red to left middle. So 45 in the frame. This now the last match on.
Yeah, he was in a lot of trouble there, Mark Joyce. Couldn't see another shot, so I can only presume he tried to screw back to balk and then last second probably realised it wasn't the best shot, so he's just thrown his arm at one really. Anyway, he's left Joe Perry with a red to go at. Black is on its spot. Pink tied up at the bottom of the cluster, and I don't think any of those go unless there's a plant in there somewhere. He's behind in this frame, but if he can get nicely on the black here, he's looking for an angle. Oh, he's just called a foul. He's just touched the brown. That is a shame. Very sporting. Referee had seen it anyway. What a shame that is.
Well, what a minute that was. You know, firstly, you've got Mark Joyce having to hit a red, otherwise it's 5 each. Then Joe Perry fouls, just catches the brown. So after all that, Joyce with a chance to extend the lead in the frame. Trying to put the yellow safe with a 50-point lead. Mark Joyce won't care how many more visits it takes, as long as he gets over the line. And he would, of course, play Mark Selby in York next week.
Well, he's played an attacking safety shot there, and in doing so, he's potted the pink. Sent a red over this corner pocket, but I don't know if Mark Joyce can get through to it. The other red may be covering it. But valuable penalty points there for Mark Joyce. They all count.
Well, it's big this, isn't it? If he can pot it, might be cushion first, then, you know, he'll have some sort of chance if he gets on a colour to get this one. But we know, from what we've seen the last 2 days, he's never quite that straightforward.
Well, he's missed the red completely. He was up very quickly off that. He knew straight away that it was going to be very thin or a miss, and it's turned out to be a miss. So Joe Perry now having a look at possibly the same shot, because he's on a pretty similar line to what Mark Joyce was on here. Again, we see he's just trying to catch the edge of that red, and he didn't actually get too close to it in the end. Oh, and Joe's had a go at it, and he's missed it now.
Oh, deep breaths, everybody. Mark Joyce is 52 in front. This is Perry's attempt, same idea. Cushion first. He did hit it, but didn't pot it.
Yeah, Mark has gone too thin. Joe's gone too thick. He's left the red. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. So what's the damage done? Surely he's going to leave a red to middle for Joe Perry here.
Well, it was a great chance to win. He would have been on the pink with not that much more to do, but not to be. Pressure mounting. And of course, I always think as well, when all the other matches are finished and all the attention's on you, no noise from anywhere, it just sort of magnifies the pressure.
Yeah, and this is a big shot from Joe. Yeah, good pot. Very nice. So he's got the yellow and he's got the angle as well to get back down the table. Never plain sailing, is it, out there? Just when you want a ball sat waiting for you to get over the line.
Well, the first frame Mark Joyce stole on the black. It's been that sort of afternoon here. We had an hour-long frame, the fourth that, again, Joyce won. Perry fought back to 3-3. He's never been in front. And, of course, now he can be if he wins 6-5. Yeah, left that awkward. The cueing was awkward. You could hear him sort of sigh before he played it, which wasn't a great sign. 49 in the frame. A possible 67 on. But, of course, you know, blue and green, not great. It's a good frame to have a 49-point lead in, I think. The black, not great.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. He just needs to be sensible here, Mark. Try not to just let the occasion cloud his thought process. He's just got to play some clever shots. He doesn't need to push the boat out. It's Joe Perry that's going to have to push the boat out. The colours are quite awkward. Yeah, that's a very, very nice safety shot from Mark Joyce. Little ripple from the audience, and rightly so. Not really much for Joe to go at. If May can get through to this red, he'll be trying to swing it round, get the cue all back to baulk. Well, he can't, so just going to be resting onto it. Again, doesn't need to really do anything daft here, Mark. Just wants to push the red towards the side cushion, get the cue ball up to baulk.
Very 4.
Well, yeah, he's just checking. I mean, it's not the worst place actually for the cue ball, I guess, given the 4 points away. Better in than sort of rattling in the jaws, coming back across, leaving a red on.
Yeah, definitely. He's obviously tried to clip it very thin. It was a tough shot, had to be quite accurate, but you're right, you don't want to see that rattle and stay down the business end, particularly as a couple of shots to go. Joe Perry had released the black from the cushion, so that is in open play now.
Yeah, a Perry clearance seems unlikely where the balls are, but it's certainly you could see this ending up on the colours and a right old scrap to see who wins the frame and whether we go into a decider. Oh, but Mark Joyce has not one in and he's got a shot at the black.
Well, what a pot that was from Mark Joyce. Fraught with danger because look where the cue balls ended up. He cannoned the red and he would have left everything for Joe Perry. Well, this is another big shot on the black because this is a little bit thinner than it looks.
He needs another red after it, so 2 pots. Doesn't sound much, does it? Nearly overcut it, it's in. So red to middle and Perry needs a snooker.
8.
Been hard 4. I don't think that was a surprise with these two. Can Mark Joyce knock this in and get himself to the snooker's required position and effectively get himself to York? Oh, it stays out. It stays out. Wow.
8.
We should have known that it's not just not that simple as knocking the ball in.
Well,
close to it.
Yeah, you can't get much closer than that, really, can you? It's rattled round both jaws. Maybe having a little go at this red mark. He's come round to look at the corner down this end of the table that he can leave the cue ball if he misses it. It's very close. What a pot that is from Mark Joyce. Fantastic long red. Came round, looked to where he wanted to leave the cue ball. Had he missed the red, he was leaving nothing. Cued it very nicely.
Well, he's not quite there, but snooker's required. He's only been, prior to this UK Championship, been a couple of last 64s in ranking events this season. So this will mean a hell of a lot if he does go on to make it through. 54 in front, 51 on. 1 snooker needed, but Mark Selby looks like he'll be playing Mark Joyce in the first round in York. Especially if this white goes in. No, he's okay. Been such a dramatic afternoon again, and of course we do it all again tonight from 7 local time, and then we'll have the field set for the UK Championship.
wasn't really too sure what to play Mark Joyce for that particular visit to the table. It was a little bit awkward because it was very difficult to get back up to baulk, so he has left Joe Perry down this end of the table, albeit nothing straightforward to go at. Half a chance of this red down the rail, black to follow. Is it going to drop? It has done. Good pot from Joe. So he'll pop black, red to opposite middle, black again, and then there's a good chance of laying a snooker on that final red. Now the black is being spotted on its own spot.
8. 9.
So here we go. Black for Joe. Got to make this a good one. Send the red up the table.
16.
Preferably away from a cushion, so there's room.
Drop her a 60.
Just flicked it, and he got one back, I think. Not quite, but anyway, he hit it. That's all he cares about. They are milking every last drop of drama out of this, aren't they?
Yeah, and you can see from Joe Perry's reaction, he feels pretty hard done by there because that just scraped the paintwork off the red. I bet Mark Joyce's heart was in his mouth for a second there.
1.
So obviously pink. And it'll be one snooker to tie in that case. He'll be 31 behind with 27 on.
7. 7.
Well, that's pretty good. If that brown's covering that yellow, this is a very tough shot to play because that might be close to a plant. And if it is, he's going to be swerving into the yellow, which may turn it as well if it's not dead set. Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, this one. It's dead set to the far jaw, to the near jaw, sorry, that plant. If he comes cushion first, it may just reverse it. That's what he's looking at. Not really a shot you want to be playing off the side cushion because you've got so little of the yellow to aim for because of where the green is, and you wouldn't want to drift past it either.
Well, I think we'll see the referee probably. Yeah, I'm not surprised. If she's coming cushion first, she's got to stand where she is there because she has to be in position to see whether it's yellow or green. big shot, this. Yellow first.
Yeah.
Danger averted.
Very well played. Very well played, Mark Joyce. That was a tricky little one there. It really did need just a little bit of focus for that one, because that could have quite easily have gone wrong. It hasn't.
Still a lot of danger lurking though here. Remember, it's 1 4-point snooker as it stands to tie, and this could end up a respot in that case. Perry piling on the pressure here. All the experience in the world, of course, all that tablecraft and knowledge coming to the fore.
Yeah, and it's a tough one again, because it's a tricky little swerve around the brown, especially with the green being where it is. It makes it even more of a swerve. He's having to dig down over 2 balls here. Needs to be careful as well, he doesn't catch the green on the way through. Yeah, played it well.
Expect the unexpected from here on in. It's one of those quintessential nerve-jangling frames. The two players here, both players have given absolutely everything to this match. Joyce just wants to get over the line now. And he's knocked the brown safe, which isn't great for him. And he has left a chance at the yellow. Loud sigh for Perry. Mark Joyce coming round to look at the potting angle. If he does pot it, then it'll be 2 snookers needed. And of course the green is close to the pocket as well. So this could effectively be for victory.
Could be a big bag as well. Well, he's potted it direct. Good pot.
Check of the scores, 33 in front. Can just breathe a little more easily. 25 on. Wow, amazing. He's overcut the green. So not quite there yet. He's got sort of 1 foot and maybe 1 toe in the draw, but not quite the full 2 feet yet.
Yeah, and Joe doesn't really want to be potting this green, because then he'll have to move the brown away from that side cushion, which is a pretty big target to try and lay a snooker. So black's tied up. He can't get behind that. He's only really got the blue and pink, which blue is a pretty good gap to get in behind, but you've got to be so accurate. There's not a lot of room there. Pink a little bit more difficult because it's more into the open table.
Two snookers to tie as it stands, remember. Joyce must not move that black either.
knowledge. Well, he's got the snooker and he's flicked the blue out away from the cushion, which makes it a bigger target to get in behind. We expect Mark to hit this brown though, it's just a little swerve. Nicely done.
Well, the blue is his best bet, obviously, here. It's going to be close. He got him, and the brown's in the middle of the table.
Another very nice snooker from Joe Perry. Tap on the table from Mark. Amazing, because in practice these are so simple. You just get down and you just hit the one cushion and you hit the brown full ball. When you're out there and there's all this pressure, even the one cushion snookers, bizarrely, you just don't fancy them. They just look so much more difficult. Just taking his time here, especially this side he's coming from because he's hitting the cushion early. Difficult to judge the angle. Yeah, and it's made the difference. He's gone past it by quite some way. So could there be one late twist in this game?
43-minute frame. They did have an hour-long frame earlier. 26 in it, 22 on. Now then, brown has hit the blue. So he's just lost a measure of control over the frame.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous little target up in behind that blue now. Mark needs to try and just roll this brown over the pocket at some stage because he really needs Joe Perry to pot it. To force him moving that blue. The longer this brown stays on the table, you fancy Joe Perry to at least get close. Goes back to his seat and bows his head. He's just praying this game to be over.
Where's the white? Oh, he's okay. He's got away with it. Cross double, maybe. He's gone for it. Where's the white again? Where's the cue ball? Oh.
Well, his head was in his hands for a second there, Mark Joyce. That was nearly a disaster.
Yeah, Perry doesn't really want to pop the brown. Take away a snookering ball, black on the cushion. Pink isn't great. The best ball to snooker behind is the blue. So he's got to keep it on the table. And it looks like he's got him again. This is pretty relentless from Joe Perry.
Oh, if that brown's gone tight on the cushion, this is difficult to get him behind the blue. Yeah, it's just landed on the one place where he can't send the brown up and down the table, and got to play it with loads of left-hand side. I don't think it's on the shot. I don't think Joe does either. Those little rolls of the balls that make a massive difference out there. If that brown pulls up an inch, Joe's got a clear chance to just send the brown up and down the table and get in behind the blue. Well, he's made an effort at it, but he wanted much more distance. He couldn't play it any harder than that. But this is a straightforward escape for Mark Joyce.
Not impossible. He could end up potting this, actually, in the middle. That could be the way to end it all. It's got to end at some point. Main thing, obviously, to hit it.
Not a great line from Joe Perry. Good effort again, though. Just does not want to end.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to bring the black out either. There'll be another ball to snooker behind. But he has done. So that changes things a little bit. Albeit the black's not in a great spot for snookers, but it was in a worse spot on the cushion.
So it's one snooker to win now for Joe Perry. Wonder if that will make any difference. Still got to play some good shots. This is a good line. How's the pace? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. It should still be a relatively straightforward swerve for Mark Joyce, but at this stage of the game, nothing straightforward.
I think even if he's not getting the snookers, he's not really giving Joyce a chance to pop the ball. That's been the other issue. Just granite stuff from Perry.
Yeah, it's very, very clever play from Joe Perry. To the average person and player, it goes unnoticed as well, but what he's doing here is very clever because he's not giving Mark Joyce even a glimmer of hope to pop this blue. Every time he comes to the table, he's got a little bit of a conundrum to solve. Not just about trying to get the white in behind pink or black here. He's got to make sure he gets the object ball safe. That's the key.
Yeah, so... Well, you wonder how much longer this is going to go, but we are now going to go back to Rob.
Well, what an absolutely epic effort by Joe Perry to force this last afternoon match into a decider. Unfortunately, we have to take a break to give our crew an opportunity to eat, stretch their legs before we come back for the second half of Judgment Day Part 2. You can find out whether Joe Perry does indeed make it 5 apiece and take us all the way to a decider. It's Discovery Plus or it's Matchroom Live. You choose the individual table of your choice and they are on table 1. That's all we've got time for now. It's been utterly enthralling all afternoon. 2 MrQ men have joined 2 great mates in the draw for the last 32. We've lost a former UK champion in Stephen Maguire. We've lost a former world champion in Ken Doherty. And tonight, 4 more places are up for grabs. There's plenty more drama where it all came from here at the Morningside Arena. We will see you in about an hour and 5 minutes. Thanks for tuning in.
Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
Can you believe it?
Hot shots fire.
It's just been another masterclass.
Sharp shooters strike.
The job is done.
And witness the great